this fucking stream off right. Raise your fucking glasses to the heavens and repeat after me. No matter what kind of spooky shit people be saying on the internet for the next few hours, me personally ain't gonna get so spooked that I can't get to sleep tonight. That's for all of y'all, cause you know when you get mad spooked. I'm sorry, I'll stop doing that. It's the Friday the 13th stream. It's bad luck. It's bad luck to stream today. But we're doing it anyway, because we're freaking risky, baby. We're freaking... It's bad luck. It's bad luck for me. I mean, what could possibly happen to you listening to the stream? Probably nothing. Well, maybe if you're like in the car, you fucking have some bad luck, go swerving off the road because I say something so incredibly hilarious that it just, you lose all sense of time and place and you just jerk the wheel right into the friggin' ravine. Don't count it out. That could happen on this day of all days. Probably more likely, though, I'll just say something that I regret, and it'll be online for everyone to see. Live. That's the beauty of it. My God, that is what a beautiful thing it is. Because I ain't got no filter, baby. I'm ready to say all the bad words. I hope I was buzzing throughout all that. So, okay, good. Nice. Got my levels all in check. Can't help it. My voice is so dynamic. No, not good. Okay, yeah, anyway, we're doing the fucking call-in stream again. Like we do sometimes, some Fridays. We're doing it this Friday. Because it's Friday the 13th. Which means it's a special Friday. It's like a holiday. And it, but it can pop up whenever, when you least expect it. I mean, it's on, it's there. It's in the calendar years in advance. So I guess that's not true. But never mind. That's not the point. The point is that it's here now and we're ready to celebrate by talking about whatever falls under the spook category. Ghosts, aliens, which also includes UFOs, of course, superstitions, paranormal belief or non-belief. If you want to shit on any of that stuff, that's cool too. Whatever's in your heart, whatever's true to you. What else? Maybe, just fucking... I guess pretty much everything. But, whatever. Just call in in a couple minutes. After the first break, you'll be able to call in. The number will go on the screen. The screen that you're looking at right now is the overlay with the beautiful drawing that moves and moving around and shit. That's from Slouch. We interviewed Slouch. Not really interview. We talked to Slouch for a couple hours last week on the call-in show. And he was gracious enough to stick around for the 5 hours after our 2-hour talk to draw requests. He did live drawing requests on the stream for all the callers. Wasn't that a treat? Thanks, Slouch. With your words if you want, or go to his channel and subscribe and like his videos. I mean, you should do that anyway, because you will like his videos if you watch them. If you don't like his videos and you do watch them, I don't want to know you. I don't want to be associated with you in the least. I want to say terrible things to you right now, but I'm going to just move on because it's not important right now. The music from the stream is going to be it's all from Spzee. Spzee. S-P-Z-I. Spzee. Literally impossible to say, but he's some Irish man, electronica, music maker dude. Anyway, the links for his music are in the description. The links to Slouch's channel are in the description of this video. There's going to be some slightly different music later on. I'll make a whole big thing about it when we get there. But for now, we're talking spooky shit. Okay. What about my spooky shit? I do not have any particularly good real stories. I remember when I was growing up, and I was quite young, in the first to fourth grade range, somewhere in there. I'm not exactly sure when. I had a friend named Kenny McKenna. Which sounds fake, but that's God's honest name. Swear to God. Swear on Kenny McKenna's life that is a real person. Anyway, my BF in somewhere in the first to fourth grade range. And we used to try to scare each other with these stories. We used to pretend we used to just lie to each other. We used to just make up crazy shit and just pretend that we were telling the truth. We both, knew it was like, this is a bunch of bullshit. That didn't happen, but we just say it anyway. And I remember during that time, the thing to do, the good fodder for stories was like the sort of religious angle. Because, religion is around. And, I don't speak for everybody, but I remember being a kid and thinking that I liked the religion thing because it was very crazy, very dramatic. There's like fucking this spiritual war. There's like legit freaking demons that are gonna come and tempt you and possess you, and there's like angels. Like, it's cool because there's like it's like these big archetypical type characters. So it was fun. I remember he told me a story. It's like him and his dad were digging in his backyard, and they just kept digging and digging and digging and digging, and they found hell. They found hell in their backyard, and he told me, he's just like, we just dig and dug and dug and dug, and eventually like, whoa, there's a hole here now. Like, we just broke through the earth. And now we're watching, like, straight up red demons with horns and tails, like, dancing, doing insane... I only remember him saying dancing, but they were doing some crazy dancing, some crazy demon dancing. It was, it was shocking, obviously. Of course, it was scarring. It was for him. And I remember I told a story of like, oh yeah, Kenny? Yeah, that's cool, I guess, but you remember what happened to me? I went in my kitchen one day, and I was just standing there in the kitchen, simply minding my own business, not even an impure thought passing through my mind, when all of a sudden I see the kitchen, the knife drawer, slowly start to open, and I know right away that this is a devil. This is the demon. This is a spiritual ghost that's after me right now. And I swear to God, I saw a knife, a big-ass knife, start levitating out of the knife drawer. And then it shot right past me, barely missed me. And then I look back, and all the knives are coming out of the drawers, and they all just they all just start shooting past me, and I'm just like dodging them, dance, and dodge. And of course that did not happen. But that's just the one up story I remember telling Kenny McKenna in response to his dancing devils. I was the dancing devil in my story. If it were not for my dancing devilish dodges, I would have been mincemeat. The devil's mincemeat. Interesting stuff. No, of course not. Anyway, this was gonna be the show. That's what the show's gonna be about today. I was gonna talk to the boys for a second here, but I'm looking at the boys' room, and I'll show you. All right, here there are no boys. There are no boys in there. The boys' room is empty. This show is the boys' idea, by the way. This show and this topic. I was all ready to skip this week. Okay, shit. Wait, there's a boy. There's a wayward boy. Hold on, let's get in there. Toner!
Hey,
Toner, I was just shitting on the boys because I didn't think anyone was in there. Oh, okay.
I know, I heard it and I sped in as soon as I could.
One boy to the rescue.
Yes, sir.
You were one of the boys who had the idea for the show.
I was. I thought it was a very apt subject matter for the particular day.
Okay,
It
well,
lines
if
up
you're
rather nicely.
so pleased with your decision, what's something you would want to talk about? What's some spooky shit that you've gone through, or do you have
Sure.
some alternative take? Okay, go on.
Yeah. Actually, some spooky shit happened to me maybe about 3 weeks ago, so relatively recent.
Nice.
Um, so I was in Louisville, Kentucky at my aunt's house, and I was just on the phone with Jen on the front porch, and I was like pacing around, on the phone at night, just a totally normal evening, full moon, clear sky, and I noticed in the house right across, I was like, huh, kind of looks like there's someone in the window. And what I did is I kind of walked a little bit to the right, and I got a different angle. And I was like, no, there's nobody there. I must have just seen something in the curtains, these semi-translucent curtains. And then just to confirm, I changed my perspective, and I walked a little bit back towards the left, and then this figure of a man comes into focus.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, shit. And I just start staring at him and totally motionless, just watching this male figure to see what would happen. Like, are my eyes deceiving me, or is this for real? And then after I hold that for about 3 seconds, whoosh, the lights of the whole house go out instantly. Not just the room of the guy that was standing in the window, but the lights of the rooms upstairs, the garage lights, the front porch lights, whoosh, everything off. So my heart sank, and I went, oh, and I walked inside, and then I drank some whiskey, and I passed out.
Dude, that's pretty legitly spooky.
Yeah.
Did you see?
I
Were you
didn't-
looking? Was it like a silhouette, or did you get any distinguishing features? You said it was clearly a man.
Yeah. I think it was a man because I think the figure had short hair and was wearing a suit, like a suit jacket.
Oh,
Yeah.
fancy
So,
ghost.
but it was like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so I wasn't too thrilled to have that happen to me.
And that was just 3 weeks ago.
Yes, it was.
Do these experiences plague you? Are you followed by the supernatural?
I wouldn't say as more than any other person. I feel like I've seen ghosts a few other times. I remember one time I was driving back from West Virginia, and we were like in the mountains around like 5 a.m. because we wanted to get an early start on the drive.
Mm.
And we were driving through these mountain roads at like 5 a.m. and like past this field of crops. There's just this guy walking alongside the road, and he didn't look like he was of this era. He looked like he was dressed like he came straight out of like a 80s film, and he just
What do you
did not
mean?
look like he
What-
belonged. He had like a bomber jacket and a mullet
Oh,
and
nice.
some dilapidated pale jeans, and he was just
Dude, that was
walking
me.
along. Yeah, making your 5 a.m. morning walk through the West Virginian hills. That's great.
And you just saw him walking along? Was he carrying
Yeah.
anything? Did he have a weapon?
No, I mean that's the thing. Like, what would someone be doing out in the middle of nowhere at 5 a.m.? It's like, are they a revenant, or they just turned someone into a revenant? I don't know. I don't know.
All right. Well, what do you think then? Just in your lucid current brain, if you had to
Hmm.
actually like decide what you thought those things were, are you more inclined to believe that those are supernatural things or just unexplainable coincidence? Inexplicable.
Um, I think I lean more into the supernatural party in that case. I guess you could say rather blatantly that I believe in ghosts. I think they're the sort of leftover, I guess, remnants of a person. You know, once the real part of the person leaves this world, they sort of leave behind like an echo or a shadow sometimes. I mean, that's my uneducated feeling.
I mean, there's nobody, right, who's purely educated on ghosts, right? That's
I
pretty
guess not. It's,
unexplored field.
right, right.
Do you think
I
it's like the unfinished business sort of thing, like that influences your
kind of.
ghostliness?
I think it's not the unfinished business of the person though. I think the ghost is more or less the remnant of the people that know it. You know, like
Uh,
that left behind. You know, the person's in the memory, and the memory is projected into the world. That's how I like to see it.
so like if someone died very tragically, they would be more likely to be a ghost because like all the people who knew them would be feeling that especially hard, like an
They would
unexpected
linger,
tragic death.
linger in the world. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
Interesting.
movie theaters are all fucking haunted too. I will say that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
did
I
you work
worked
in
at a
one?
movie
Oh.
theater, yeah, and it was fucking creepy. I did a lot of the closing shifts, so I would be in the theater till like 1 a.m. with nobody but like the manager and stuff. And there was one theater in particular that was definitely haunted. Someone died in that theater, actually. Someone was shot in that theater
Wow.
before I worked there. I was cleaning the theater, and once we finished cleaning, and we like radioed the usher that like it's done, they could send people into it or whatever. And we got emergency exits in the theaters, right? And there are little lights that turn on, and they're like motion detecting lights. And I was just looking right in the back of those emergency exits, and as soon as I radio that the theater's clean, the lights are on, and I'm like, oh shit! And it's like my fucking job to go back there and check to see if like the emergency exits are open or if anyone's back there. So I walked back there, and it was nothing tangible at least. And
Probably
yeah,
like a
so whenever I
giant
cleaned that
fucking
theater,
rat. Probably a rat that's been fed off movie theater popcorn its entire life.
I would hope so. Either way, just to be safe, whenever I cleaned that theater, I was sure to talk to the ghosts and make sure they were doing all right. So
Oh, good.
I
So
think we had a
you're not
good
afraid.
relationship.
You're not afraid to make contact.
Mm, I would say I would prefer not to, but I don't want to offend any supernatural entities. I would say
It became part
just to
of
be
your
safe.
job duties for your own safety.
Yeah,
Clean up the theater. Say goodnight to the ghosts so they don't murder you.
yeah, exactly. You got it.
Hey,
I
so you
think
ever
that's
see that movie Candyman?
no, no, no.
Tony, you should check that movie out. It's great, great '90s horror movie. They're making a remake of it now, and I don't
Ah,
give a
yeah.
shit about that at all. But
I saw the trailer for the remake not too long ago.
I
Yeah.
did too. When I went to see Old in theaters, I saw the
Oh,
Candyman trailer.
jeez.
Old
The
was
M. Night
really good.
Shyamalan film.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
some good. It was some good shit. But Candyman, one of the main things in Candyman is about this urban legend, the Candyman ghost, and I
hmm.
won't even explain the whole thing because it's just not worth getting all the way into. But part of the thing that keeps Candyman alive is the urban legend. It's the retelling of the story, and people's fear is what keeps him alive.
Absolutely.
So
I
yeah.
believe that totally. I think legends are preserved in some sort of like the perceptions of a story kind of keep it alive. Like if you believe in a chupacabra, then that chupacabra is real. You know, that's the vibe I get.
That's science.
I believe in Goatman. I fucking Goatmen scare me the most in the world. That's like my number one fear is Goatmen.
Goatmen?
Goatmen. Yeah. Have you heard of the Poplik monster?
No.
Okay. So when I was a youngin, I was my uncles and my cousins were telling ghost stories or whatever, and they told me the story of the Poplik monster, which was this.
Are you saying Pope Lick?
Yeah, Popelick.
Okay.
So there's this bridge. There's this bridge in Louisville. There's derelict. Well, actually, I think a few trains still run across it. And God, you can look it up. There's like people still die there a lot, and like there's this train bridge, and if you go out on it, like people will either end up jumping off the bridge or dying in other ways. And the story is like this goat man will like lure you onto the bridge, and you get hit by a train, or the goat man makes you jump off the bridge, and it's got like an axe, kill you and stuff. I don't know, but the fact that like I heard that as a child, and then later on in my life I was like, that's fucking bullshit. And then I looked it up, and it was like, oh, there's still a lot of people dying because of this, huh? And then you hear other stories about goat men in like Maryland and other places. So,
dude,
yeah.
I pulled up a picture of goat men on the stream. The first one.
Oh.
Yeah, fucking get scared. That guy's coming for you, dude. A lot of the other ones images I see on Google here are like sexy fan fiction goat men.
No.
This guy's not sexy.
No, I wouldn't think of it that way at all.
All right, Toner, I'm gonna go into the first break now. Thanks for the chat.
All right, you enjoy.
Probably see you around a little later.
Yes, sir.
All right, bye. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. People, spooky shit, whatever spooky. You know what? This would be cool. Local stories like this, like Goat Man, or like just if you got any local myths, local legends. I actually have one that I remembered, but I'll save it for later. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. But for now, we're gonna take one short music break, 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes, and then we'll be back with calls. The number will be on the screen soon. Okay. More spz. Yeah. All right. The line is open. There's only one line. Okay.
Call from
It's me, it's Miko.
Miko.
What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up with you, my friend? You called in last week.
Yeah, I did.
And before that even.
Should I? Yeah, was that too much?
No.
I can hang up.
No. Miko. Let's not get off on the wrong foot here. That's not what I meant at all.
Yeah.
How you doing? It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm also fine. I got my car back finally. It's out of the shop. It's inspected and everything. I can't even begin to tell you how much freaking money I've sunk into this thing. But it's not important. It's not related to the stream at all. We're talking about spooky shit today.
Right. Yeah.
So what do you think?
That's right.
Did you have an opinion on this matter?
Most of the time, I just use this phrase that my dad would say. He's European, you know. He like grew up on like a farm kind of a deal. But he walked. My sister and I were watching the Babadook one time, and he like walks in and like sees us on the screen and just like does one of those old person like hand waves, like get away, you know what I mean? And he just goes back to the woods. Like telling the monsters like go back to the woods.
That's,
you know.
That's his general reaction to the paranormal.
Yeah. And I've got similarly just I'm like I don't want to mess with any of that. Like leave me out of it. I like believe in some shit, and I'm also just like I'd rather not get into it. But I can talk about it. I'm just saying I'd rather not like mess with it. I don't want to get cursed or anything.
Okay, so you believe in it enough to not want to mess with it.
Yeah, exactly.
So have you ever had any just wayward paranormal experiences when you're like a kid maybe or like go on?
Oh, I had something happen last year. I was camping.
Okay.
I wasn't a kid, but so me and my friend went like to upstate New York, and on the last day of this like week-long camping trip, we get to the site, and there's just a ton of families, and our specific site is like right at the entrance, right on this like highway, and we were like, fuck this place. So we were like, let's try to find another campsite, and we like called this other one, and they're like, oh no, we're full, but you should try this other place. It's just like a first come first serve free campsite near like Woodstock, New York. So we drove down there, and like on the way there we like passed this like big like graveyard, and just like start getting bad vibes immediately. We like drive up this long like dirt path, don't see anybody, and then just like the campsites are all these like deep into the woods, like just like a short little trail to each one where it's just like cleared out and kind of like run down. So we like check one or two of them out, and one just has like a pair of shoes on top of this like tree stump, and just like all this like weird looking shit, like abandoned ass like campsite. And we're like, okay, so we pick one, and like the sun is going down, and we're like bringing all our stuff up from the car for a campsite, and we just hear all these like weird ass noises. We're getting like, and like we would see like a couple of people, but they would just like not acknowledge us. It was just like very weird. And then just hear this like dog start like freaking out, like crazy barking, like, and it wasn't like we didn't immediately think like, oh, that's some paranormal shit or whatever, but it was just like, even if there's like a bear, like we should just get the fuck out of here.
Did you not stay?
No, we didn't end up staying. We were both just like looking at each other like, yeah, let's get the fuck out. But then the funniest thing was that we were like already like spooked by this campsite, right? And we're driving on the way out. She like goes to like pull into this gas station. And then we like hear these guys at the gas station talking about like bears and shit like being in the area. And then we drive out, and she was like, I was looking at my phone. She goes, "Did you see that?" I was like, "What?" And she's like, "You didn't see that woman run across the street?" And I was like, "What, did she have like long black hair and a white dress and no shoes?" And she's like, "Yes." Like exactly that. I was like,
What
"No
the
way!"
fuck?
Like you didn't just see a fucking ghost. So she like only saw it, and I was like, all right, we're just driving straight back to the city and sleeping in our houses. Like, we'll get the hell out of here.
That seems like a good confluence of perhaps disparate spooky events. You ever get like that? Yeah, I mean, I would say like all those things together would be pretty freaking spooky. You ever get like what she got, where you see what you can only describe as an apparition? It's okay to say
honestly,
no.
I don't think I can think of anything. My friend did show me this video in his friend's apartment where they were just like filming a random thing, and then they like pan over to the like hallway, and then this person just like barely like steps out of the frame as soon as the camera's on them, and they're like, that wasn't anybody that like we know. So they like told their landlord, and he's like, "Oh yeah, the last tenant said something about that. Like, it's okay if you want to break your lease." Because like
What?
the place is really haunted. So, but the video is really fucking scary. It's just like,
Wow, so your own friends took a video that had a paranormal thing on it.
apparently, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, because that's like, you can see all kinds of videos like that online, but you can easily assume, like, it's some fucking guy, they just edited it in some way. But if your own friends are showing it to you, they'd have to be pretty dedicated to just be trying to spook you.
Yeah. The friend who showed it to me was definitely like freaked out. He was like, "This is so real." And yeah, you get into that like state of mind where you're like just fucking really scared, and you're just gonna believe. But like, yeah, I'll just try to avoid getting there at all. I'm just like, no, I don't want to mess with it. Yeah.
Do you ever have that sort of experience? And this is something that I got when I was a kid. I would watch scary movies with my older brother when I was really young, like 8 or something. And it would just make me really scared. And it would heighten my being so scared to a point where it's just like every single thing, like, I wouldn't have like full-on hallucinations, but I would definitely be imagining all kinds of crazy shit because I would just be so scared.
Oh yeah, totally. That would happen to me after watching scary movies. So I like never watched scary movies, but I did a couple times as a kid, and that just like completely turned me off to them. But there would be times where I like had a cold or something, and I would like hallucinate on this cold medicine that I got, just like as a kid, and I would think that I was just being like chased by something that was like living in my garage. So I think that was more of just like a drug hallucination rather than anything.
Well, that's extra scary as a kid because you don't fully understand that.
Yeah.
You don't even understand like being crazy as a kid, so you couldn't even chalk it up to, I'm just fucking going insane. Like, you have to think that it's real.
Yeah, exactly. It was like a fucking walking nightmare, like being awake and having a nightmare.
Nice. The beautiful healing power of medicine.
Yeah.
All right, hey man, Miko, thank you for calling in again. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Have a good stream.
All right, see you, dude.
See ya.
Nice. Bow. Yeah, I used to get way scared as a kid with horror movies. That's the end of that, but...
Call from
Sam.
Who?
to accept, press 1.
Who was that? What?
Hello?
Hello? Well, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Sam.
Sam?
Sam, yeah.
All right, hey Sam, how's it going?
Oh, good. In the hood right now.
Good.
How are you?
I'm Excellent. It's a spooky storm is rolling in right now. You might be able to hear
The
some.
fog is rising.
There's some spooky thunder. There's lots of spooky wind. No fog yet, but bad things are about to happen.
The KKK Mamamas.
What?
You did the Friday 13th? Fucking,
I haven't seen that movie in so long. Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, that's what's coming in right now. Those are the noises that are rolling through on the thunder. But hey,
the cracking branches.
where are you at? I see you got an international number.
Ireland.
Ireland. Nice. Spazee, the guy whose music is on the stream, is from Ireland. You ever heard of Spazee?
Shit. No, I've not.
Dude,
Actually, he's my next door neighbor.
spread that dude around. Spazee. He needs all the help he can get. All right, so what's going on in Ireland? What's the paranormal situation out there?
Well, I got a few encounters that I can think of that's happened throughout my life.
Are you in the countryside or are you in a city center?
Countryside.
Nice. Way more haunted.
So we lived in this big ass house. There's 8 of us at one point.
Wow.
And we had an office upstairs. My dad runs his own business, and so they had to have this office. They had rolling chairs, normal office chairs.
Mm-hmm.
And this was always a common thing. But all the bedrooms were downstairs, and just at night you could hear the chairs rolling, middle of the night. But it was so normal that when you'd hear it, we were we didn't even think of it. It was only after we moved from the house, you're like, what the fuck? Why is the fucking chairs moving at the middle of the night?
The chairs are rolling, but without
you
with
could
no
hear
one
them.
in there.
You could, you could hear the chairs just going across the floor and then
Ooh.
moving back and forth.
All right. Did you ever hear about the history of the house? Was there any sort of bad juju?
No, it was built. We were the first family
Oh.
there, Yeah, it wasn't like an Indian burial ground or anything like that,
Did your dad accidentally kill someone as it was being built? Was there some
Yeah,
horrible
something probably.
construction accident?
But there was some other stuff that happened in the house. I had a shitty guitar, an acoustic guitar, and I was gonna play it, but I never got around to. I was too fucking lazy. But so it just sat in my room, and I remember getting into bed, lights are off. You go into that mode where you just close your eyes, you're going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking guitar strummed.
Like a clear strum?
Yeah, doo-doo-doo-doo. It
Oh,
was
wow.
like a full. And I got up. My brother, the walls were like fucking paper. So I got up and I was like, "Did you hear that?" And he's like, "Yeah, we messed with the guitar." I was like, "No."
What the
So
fuck?
that was another.
So how do you justify these things? Are these in your head specifically? Are you like total coincidence, don't care, or do you think something wacky's happening?
I guess I always chalked it up to be like anything other than ghosts, and it was like, all right. So for the guitar, I remember hearing temperatures in rooms can cause the strings to react. So that's what I immediately put that down to. I was like, for some reason,
Some sort
it
of
was a wooden guitar.
like an
happened.
abrupt temperature change would strum the
I don't know.
guitar.
I don't know.
You sound like a crazy
like-
man right now.
I don't know. When I was learning guitar, I remember my teacher saying that, so that's why I thought. I was like, oh, it could just be, it was near a radiator, possibly there's some expansion or something, and
I've never
Yeah.
heard of such a thing. This is
well,
you're grasping, just trying to not be afraid. What about the chairs?
the chairs, we chalked that down to the wind. We
The
thought
wind
there
in the
was
house.
grass, a window was open, like anything,
How often were you hearing it though?
like often enough. It was normal. It was like happening.
Okay.
Like I remember on Christmas night, I was like, I was in my bed. I was too excited to sleep. You know the drill. And I could hear them. I could hear the chairs moving. So I went upstairs and I was like, Santa? And there was no one there. I don't know.
Did what about like the feeling that those things gave you? Did you get like a feeling that there was something sinister or something friendly or neutral? Was there any particular feeling of?
I definitely never got a negative energy from it. Do you know what I mean? It was always. It was never necessarily positive. If it was a ghost, if it was anything like that, any paranormal activity, it never gave me that bad vibe. You know.
It was just having fun in the swivel chairs, wanted to fuck with your guitar for a little bit. Nothing. That's not too bad.
I do remember that you know, like The Exorcist, the original film. Mm-hmm. Like in Ireland, a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't want that film played in our house," or anything like that. You know, that came out at the time. It would have been blasphemous. Shit like that.
Right.
And my mom would be one of those people that would say that. She said that a lot. She's from Dublin. She's probably fucking, you know, she believes in bad luck if you go underneath the ladder, that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Okay.
So I was watching The Exorcist sneakily in my bed, and 3 of my posters fell down. I was like, are you for real? That was... Of all the times, like, they never fell down. It was held up by my blue tag, you know.
Do you carry any of your mom's superstitions with you, or is that
no, not at all?
What about this? Then? All these things happened in your house. What about beyond that? Do you ever have any of these weird experiences in other places?
So we went on holiday to County Kerry, and it's a real countryside. There's no big cities or anything like that. Or if there is, they're like negligible. Nothing fucking happens. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But we stayed in an old nun's convent, and it was fairly big.
Mm-hmm.
My niece at the time was like 4 years old, and she would get up in the middle of the night saying there was like a girl in a black dress wandering through the fucking halls of the house. Jesus. And it was just that was another thing. It was like, if she's seen it, it's one of those fucking, you know, if it's kids involved, it's always gonna be a bit more fucking you know?
I mean, I'll be honest, if I was in any of the situations you described, I would be thoroughly spooked. There'd be no helping it.
I know, get some kind of hardcore.
Some hardcore shit, man. You've been through it. You've been put through the ringer.
War is hell.
Was your family really religious then? Or was it just your mom?
No, they're not religious like at all. We used to go, like, the most fucking church we'd go to is Christmas for that 12 o'clock shit. Where we'd stay at church till, like, from 10 to 12 at night.
Right.
Fucking hated it.
But
that was the most of it.
She still thought the exorcism was blasphemy? That couldn't be allowed in the house?
Like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Sam, hey, thank you for calling in. Thanks for telling me the stories.
Thank you for having me, dude.
You have a great weekend.
You too.
Bye. Nice. We're already international on the stream. Maybe we'll even get women. It'll be the
Call
trifecta.
from
Denny.
I can't understand
to
these
accept,
names.
press.
Was that Denny or Danny?
Denny.
Denny, like the breakfast place.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Denny, what's up?
What's up with you?
I asked you first, bro.
Well, if you really need to know, and everybody on the stream watching, I'm actually taking a shit, and I'm on a little bit of shrooms, maybe.
You're taking a shit right now? We'll get to the shrooms in a second, but right at this second, you're taking a shit?
I'm taking a big fat shit, and I'm on shrooms.
Dude.
I'm having a blast, man.
Why? Well, okay. Let's not. I don't want to put you in
blasting
a bad...
the toilet while I'm blasting my mind.
All right. I don't want to put you in a bad zone here, so I won't berate you heavily, even though that is my first instinct is to really yell at you for talking to me on the toilet. I don't like that, Denny, but we're going to move right
I'm
past
sorry.
it. No, it's okay. How's your shroom trip going? How long you been tripping here?
Actually, I'm not really tripping that hard. I took like 1.5 grams. I'm being cautious, you know.
Is it something, have you done this before?
No, it's actually my first time.
Oh. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
taking it pretty easy. That's probably wise. Are you by yourself?
I am by myself, and I was kind of afraid of getting too anxious, but I'm actually in a good mood. A little bit groovy. You know how potheads or whatever people say,
Mhm.
groovy, is that something people still say?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's still
All
strong.
right, groovy.
You getting any of
All
that
right.
nice body feeling? That's sort of you get a nice comfortable feeling in your body. I mean, you're fucking shitting right now, so it's.
This is
I
the
feel
best shit I've taken.
Okay, good. I recommend taking a shower at some point. That'll feel amazing compared to the shit.
Well, after this shit, I definitely need to take a shower because it was not nice. It was not nice.
All right. Danny, please. My God. All right. So you're a little bit high right now. So, according to all known science, you are a little bit closer to the spirit zone. Am I right? Yes. So,
Yeah, sure.
What do you think? What relevant thoughts do you have to say on the show?
Oh, really fucked thoughts, actually. Since I was getting the spooky feelings, I guess.
Mhm.
I'm not very much of a paranormal guy. I don't believe in that kind of stuff, I guess.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean I haven't had any experiences that I can't really explain. I have one that I can explain, but I think it's just the darkest one, the one that kind of fucked me up for a while. So I'm actually originally from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I spent most of my life there, then moved over to the U.S., learned English, did my thing. But one thing that I just carried over from Mexico was this experience that I had as a kid that I thought was a dream, but it really wasn't. And it's so I used to have a little gang, I guess, a little gang of rascals.
MS-13.
Yeah, pretty much. Just, shooting up kids and stealing money and, selling drugs. We were like 4 years old. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, no, so, just a bunch of rascals and fucking around, dirt roads, broken down houses, just going everywhere.
Mm.
And I one day decided to go to this broken down house that was just really fucked. There was a hole in the wall, and it was this really big house. I really never knew what the fuck went on in there. Like it was too big of a property, and it was too nice to be in the neighborhood that I lived in.
Mm.
But it was there, and it was just destroyed. And I decided to go in on my own one time rather than going with my friends. At least I thought this was a dream, by the way. I forgot to say this. I thought this was a dream for a very long time. And
Interesting.
so I went in. This place was already kind of known for like being a really gross hot spot for like, drug addicts and
Right.
and just any bonkers individual that would go in there to do shit that people don't really want to see in public. And
Was it like a known crack house? Like.
that's the thing. I think so. I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, this was like a childhood thing. So when you're a kid, you're kind of stupid and naive.
Sure. Get you.
And I came in. I walked through that big fucking gaping hole in the wall, and there's kind of like I don't know how to describe this house, but there's almost like it's three walls. Like it's not three walls. It's like two walls. It's kind of like a closing house, a wall that keeps the house encased. Then there's kind of like a hedge inside of it. Weird fucking design. I climbed over the hedge, and I got inside the house. It smelled of piss and shit, and it just had a bunch of graffiti and dead animals inside, just fucking rats and lizards, all this crazy shit.
Good.
And so the thing is, in this quote-unquote dream or experience or whatever, I'm kind of spoiling it, I went in and I found myself in a kind of like a kitchen. At least I figured it was a kitchen. And it was kind of spacious, kind of big, just full of cluttered shit everywhere, just fucking cloth and trash and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And inside of the sink, I thought I saw like the corpse of an infant. And it scared the fuck out of me. It was just this, I was hoping it was a doll. I wasn't sure. My imagination told me this is a dead baby.
Mm-hmm.
My reality told me this is probably a doll, and it's just really colorless and gross looking. Freaked the fuck out. Ran outside the fucking house like 20,000 miles per hour. I'm kidding. I was a short little fat bastard. But I went running with my stubby legs, climbed over the hedge, and climbed out through the hole of the wall. Several years passed. I was probably like 13, 14. And I remember mentioning this to my mom because we were having just a talk about weird shit that we've seen. And I told her that I had this dream. And she was like, that's weird. But like, it was the weirdest reaction to saying that. Like the way she said it was really, how do I say it? Like she just had this pale look in her face and just this fucking, like, it was kind of like she was like trying to hide her shock. And she told me that was probably real because on the news it showed up that somebody, I think some homeless people just left their baby there. They couldn't like afford to have their baby, and there was that baby in the house.
Dude.
So yeah, I saw a dead baby around the age of like 6.
Fuck. That, okay, so in that sense, like you said, you are able to explain it, but it was still a very haunting experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, what do you think though? Like, so you said you're not really into paranormal shit. Does that mean that you don't think there's like some spiritual shit going on anywhere? Are you like if you die you're gone forever sort of guy?
No, I don't. Like, well, especially with that experience, I'm pretty sure I just saw a real dead baby. Like, I'm not saying I saw a ghost of a baby. I saw a real dead baby.
Exactly, but if you fucking saw that shit, then that ghost, who was it? He could have fucking attached itself to you or some shit, you know? Like,
dude, the only thing that I ever got attached to me was a fucking tapeworm, man.
Yuck. In the same place? Or was that just separate?
Honestly, probably.
Well, so correct me if I'm wrong, and I may very well be 100% wrong. But don't Mexicans or people in Mexico aren't they fairly superstitious? Isn't like the burning sage thing to ward off the evils in a house? Is that a Mexican tradition or is that something else?
Well, no, that's correct. Mexicans are incredibly superstitious. I myself am not really superstitious at all. I'm more of a hardcore scientist type of dude. I'm the guy that's portrayed as a villain in some Christmas film. And
you're gonna disprove Christmas with science. God damn you, you bastard! Think of the children for once.
I stole Christmas with a scientific method. That's pretty much. My family really isn't as superstitious as well, so that really didn't have a lot of resilience in my genealogy, or at least cultural genealogy.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's still a very freaky experience. That's just like a freaky real world experience. And it's almost like being a kid gives it that like heightened sense that it feels like if that happens to an adult, that's just like really fucking sad. It's just like a huge bummer. It's like, oh my God, a fucking dead baby. What a large bummer. But when you're a kid, you can actually be like frightened.
Yeah, because I think there's this like level of comprehension or capability to categorize and understand events. Like as an adult, we're like, this is a really sad situation of just somebody not being able to take care of their kid and just leaving it for the earth and the life in it to just do its thing and digest it. I guess it's a really fucked sad situation. But as a kid, you don't really think about those things or comprehend them.
Right.
I think there's this extra level of fear and confusion as a kid because it's incomprehensible. You're not placing those pre-contextual labels on it. You're just like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, you don't understand it. You hardly understand the concept of death.
Right.
And for me to see this, it was just, I honestly, I don't even think I reacted that much. I was just like, I'm confused. I don't understand. And I just went running out. I didn't like think, oh, there's a dead baby, nothing. It just, my body just went to fucking fight or flight mode, and I decided to fly away like a bird.
Whereas if you were like an adult and you knew like, this is obviously a fucking crack house, and then I go in there and there's a dead baby in there, you can just immediately know what happened. You're just like, oh my God, what a fucking tragedy. I would still go running out. I would still sprint away. I don't want to be near a fucking dead baby. I don't know what the hell's going on there.
Yeah, fuck dead babies. But
oh God.
No, I would have. I probably would have thrown up as an adult just because of how like
that's what I was
overwhelmingly miserable the situation is. Like, I can't really tolerate like that fucked feeling of just humanity abandoning itself. Like, it just disgusts me.
I was thinking the same thing. Vomit would probably be my initial reaction.
Yeah, because babies are gross, but when they're dead, they're even grosser. No, I'm kidding.
That is the sort of what horrifying means. Like I remember there's the interesting distinction between terror and horror. Terror is the dread that you feel before witnessing something horrific or horrible. It's the feeling that you know that horror is coming, and then horror is seeing and also understanding the dead baby and like understanding that that's just like a fucking huge tragedy. Like, it is a horrific thing to witness, but the terror is all the build up to that. Like, oh God, I smell something. What's in this sink? Oh, bleh. Puke all over the dead baby. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think a lot of it is also just like the confusion, I guess, like the ignorance. I think there's a special type of fear and feeling that only a kid could experience in that type of situation, just through the lack of through the ignorance, the actual ignorance of the situation, and just being confused and overwhelmed with the information you're being presented.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, hey man, are you still shitting?
I just wiped while having that conversation. If I had long pauses in my conversation, that was me wiping.
At this point, I'm just impressed because I didn't detect any breaks. I didn't hear any grunts. So you went under the radar. You could have just not told me that you were shitting. That would have been great, actually.
Ninja shitter, except I felt like I needed to share that because I feel close to you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate the honesty, actually. All right, well, enjoy the rest of your mushrooming, and good job with your shit. I guess you're wrapping that up now, so good job. I was gonna say good luck, but yeah. All right, great. Thank you for calling in, man.
You have a good day, sir.
All right, have a good weekend. Hey, you have a good weekend.
Weekend, yes.
Yeah, I wished you 3 good days. You only wished me 1, so I'm winning.
I am a psychopath after all. Yeah, I'm a fucking crazy bonkers, man. All right.
Nice. Good. All right. See you, dude.
See you, man.
Nice. I forgot that he was shitting and on mushrooms. I guess I lose my license. I can't be a drug counselor anymore. Cause I can't tell when people are high on drugs and or dumping shit out of their ass into a bowl. Those are the 2 tests. If you can't tell that a guy's high and you can't tell that he's putting. Okay, thank God.
Call from
Trey. Yo, what's up, brother?
Trey, how's it going with you? It's going good with me.
It's going excellent with me, brother.
Nice. Well, what's up? You got any? You got some spooky shit you want to talk about, or even about?
I absolutely do. Oh,
do it.
But first, I want to talk about the last guy. His shit was like PT, the fucking Silent Hill shit.
Hey, I agree. I was gonna reference that. But in PT, the baby's still alive. It's like a fetus, and it still is crying and shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course. That's way more terrifying.
But it is the
anyways.
same thing. Baby, crazy grizzled baby in the sink.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I wonder if he was subconsciously, tapping into the future.
Dude, no. Hideo Kojima was plagiarizing this man off the toilet.
Way better.
Thank you for your kind laugh. All right,
Of course.
tell me
It's
your
true.
shit. Tell me your spooky shit.
Yeah. So okay. So this was when I was about 16, 17 years old. I was still in high school.
Mm-hmm.
I was living with a family friend because my family and I had been kind of recently ejected from our previous living situation.
Okay.
Anyways, so I had an extreme fever, and I was laying in the master bedroom of this house. My sister, who's a couple years younger than me, was sleeping next to me. There was like a whole bunch of people visiting for the weekend, so they had to take our beds and shit. So they let us have the master bedroom while all these people were sleeping, whatever. And like, so basically what happens is I wake up at about 3 a.m. and, I'm like really delirious, I guess. And my eyes kind of drift over to the sliding glass back door that had those, those blinds that are like long and hanging pieces.
Like blinds? Are they like,
Well, like-
sheer? Like you can
like-
kind of see through them?
Yeah, but they're like for a sliding glass door. Yeah,
Okay,
and you can like,
all right, I know what you mean.
I don't know what those are called. Anyways, there's a man standing in front of the door, has a long coat on and hat. And I recently learned that this is actually a thing that a lot of people experience. The man with a hat kind of apparition and sleep paralysis. But the difference is I wasn't sleep paralyzed. I was conscious of my sister being awake and her saying, "What the fuck?" And like, I was just frozen in terror, and I remember like kind of physically moving and kind of lurching kind of back against my pillow.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, he moves towards me on my side of the bed, but he doesn't walk, right? He like floats like
So
really fast.
He appeared in front of the door. He's not outside.
No, he's not outside. He's in the room with me, but there is a sliding glass backyard kind of door,
Okay.
and then it has these blinds hanging from it with a little bit of light coming through.
Oh,
And I can see the silhouette of this motherfucker.
Mm.
And dude, it's the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my life. And I experienced one other thing in that same room. But that was so scary
But
because
how did that conclude? He's coming towards you, and then
he's coming
just
towards
vanished?
me. Yeah. So he's coming towards me, and he leans over me while I'm in the bed.
Oh God.
And that is my last memory.
Oh God.
Yeah, dude, like
Something terrible happened. Right after
I
that.
don't know. I don't know. Like, my sister was awake, and she says when I asked her,
Take
you know,
him
'cause
instead
me-
of me.
Please, he's already dying. He's already sick. I don't know. But, like, for real, like, I talked to her about it after, and she says that she just fell asleep, too, like, just passed out. So I guess
She doesn't have a memory of the whole thing?
no.
Oh.
She remembers exactly kind of along my memory path, of seeing the same things, saying holy fucking shit,
Whoa.
and then black. So take that with what you will.
Well, how do you,
that was
before we get to the next one, how do you take that? Is it just inexplicable? You just try not to think about it?
No, I actually am the type of mind that I really want to think about these things. I want to know, I'm a huge fan of like psychological horror and Lovecraft, and also, Kant and, deep psychology. I really like that kind of deep thinking. So, there's a place between what we think, our minds see, kind of perceive, and the things that our environment is. And that is what creates the kind of terror, So I know that and I understand that. So I kind of take my experiences open-endedly. Even though I can't explain what happened or really truly know what happened, I am kind of comfortable with it because I know that I'm just a tiny little thing in this thing we call existence. And,
When you say that, explain this a little bit better for me, because what I think I'm hearing from you, but I might be wrong, is that thing that you saw would have been an imaginary thing. Like it was a mixture of your feeling and just random stimulus in the environment, and therefore it was something you concocted in your head. But if that's the case, then it's weird that it's shared between you and your sister.
Shared psychosis. But shared psychosis is absolutely a thing that happens. There's that case of the two sisters in Ireland who ran out into traffic and killed a guy, stabbed a guy to death over one girl who lived in America, the other girl who lived in Ireland. The girl comes back to visit her sister in Ireland, and then she has this mental condition she tells her about, this extreme psychotic mental condition, and then she's convinced she's infected with it. And I mean, stuff like that. My sister is my best friend. And she feels the same. We've been through everything together, and including that. So who knows what's real? But here's my thing about it. The other side is I don't know. Maybe it was fucking aliens, and that's what this shit they implanted in our head. Yeah. Maybe it was totally didn't happen. I'm open to all possibilities because I understand. We're so small.
So you're not really concerned with nailing it down to one particular thing?
Our minds as humans are finite. We cannot grasp the infinite. And I think that is part of it. And I accept it for what it is, and I try to understand as much of it as I can.
What about then in the current day? Does that is what you're doing to that memory, is that a way of just becoming less terrified of it? I imagine it was very terrifying when it happened.
Yeah, even in hindsight, it's still very terrifying, but it's just another one of those many anomalies that I can't explain in my life. I'm a huge Star Trek fan, so anomalies are nothing new. But they happened a lot to me in my life, and that's why I think one of the reasons I love that show so much is because there's just shit we can't explain, and you're either comfortable with it or you hide from it.
I mean, it sounds like you've got the healthier mindset. I mean, the alternative is that you are just so terrified of that and are so obsessed with it that you become crazy. You become insane.
Right.
Thinking, right. My God, I really was raped by an alien. I had no idea.
Something horrible. Yeah.
Something horrible happened to me, and if you can't be accepting of some degree that it could just be something beyond your knowledge, you could just go totally crazy.
I'm not a fucking doctor, no, but most people, regular everyday Joe,
right?
Not a doctor, I mean, come on, don't diagnose yourself. Don't, just try to do the best you freaking can and believe in yourself. And that's why that's so fucking important.
Do you think that's part of it, where this is sort of a specific part of your view of this, is you don't really deny that it happened?
Sure, I'm human, I mean, we're partial to human kind of tendencies, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just, the question still ultimately lies. What was it? And that's the mystery, and that's the intriguing thing about it, and that's why I feel compelled to share it. Not just because I love your content.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure, brother.
You said you had another one. Do you have another one?
I do. So this one happened actually. Oh, sure. Thank you. Basically, same room, and it was shortly after this happened. Again, I was in high school, so I got home around 3:30, 4 p.m. bus. And I go inside, and I'm talking to my friend on our fancy cordless landline phone.
Yeah, damn. Look at this guy.
Yeah, big, huge thing. It was bigger, like longer than my fucking head. Like tip of the antenna to the bottom of the phone. Anyway, I'm talking to my friend Dan, and this bathroom of this master bedroom has a kind of like vanity area and a walk-in closet, and then another door that leads to where the toilet is, and another small closet and a window.
There's a separate room in the bathroom for the toilet?
Yes, it's strange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
There's also a cabinet above the toilet, so it's really, really weird. So it's like somebody can take a shower, and somebody can close the door and take a shit and open the window.
That's actually
I
brilliant.
think that's the idea.
That's
I completely agree, but
great
as
idea.
a kid, and I'm only realizing it now that I talk about it, like right now. As a kid, I was like, why the fuck is there this little room to take a shit in? Stinks. Anyway.
All right, so this is a haunted room, the shitting closet?
The haunted shitting closet. Yeah, so I'm like fucking sitting in this room. So the walk-in closet is doors closed, and there's like this carpeted bathroom or vanity area. Like I said, there's a tub in it, the shower. There's two huge mirrors with those like movie fucking makeup lighting light bulb things above the top. And I'm sitting in there, and I'm always been kind of at the time I was a goth kid.
Nice.
So I like the darkness. And I would there's like a sliding door that closed to the rest of the master bedroom that was like wooden blind sort of. And you close that shit, and then you close the door to the toilet room, and there's just a bit of light coming under the door. So it's pretty dark in there. But it's just enough light where you can kind of see. So I'm talking to my buddy on the phone, sitting there. My eyes are drifting around the room from left to right. When my eyes get to the toilet with the shower curtain open, I see a fucking woman standing in there. She's wearing a wedding dress. Her neck is broken. Her head is resting on her shoulder with her tongue kind of like gagged out and her eyes bulging out. And they were, her skin was like white, and it was like had water blisters on it, like when a corpse has been in the water for a really long time.
Yuck.
And she's just like kind of staring at me, and when I looked at her, I immediately had all this information like surge into my brain, and it was like that she had been hung on her wedding day and thrown in a river. So
It used to be the tradition with wives.
Yeah, as is tradition in the 1800s.
Had you ever seen that sort of image before? Like, I mean, this is hard to say, really, but like, was it familiar to you? Is that maybe why you felt like you got this information, or was this an totally unfamiliar sight?
No, I've been watching horror movies. Like, I was raised by my grandparents, and my grandma is still a huge horror movie nerd.
Dude, nice.
Actually. Yeah, and so I've been watching horror movies since I was like 5. I watched Akira uncut when I was like 7. Yeah,
there's
so
some
like
spooky shit in that.
Yeah, and titties.
Yeah,
also.
Exactly. Right.
But yeah, so on a serious note, real quick, my grandma, I learned just now she fell and is in the hospital. My sister just mouthed it to me. So please, pray for her, whatever. Yeah, whatever you do. She's in the hospital right now, but
yeah, my God, I wish her all the best.
Yeah, thank you, dude. I really appreciate that. She raised me, but
I was just saying how cool she was. What the fuck? Was it my fault?
Yeah.
Did I do this?
No. You are a great human. There's no way.
No, I'm just very narcissistic. I just want to believe everything.
It's all about me.
I can't believe it. You're a grandma? That's my fault. I'm the guy.
It just so happens.
Yeah, but Jeez. Well, yeah. I mean, I hope that ends up being okay.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Me too, dude. Like, she was trying to break up a dog fight, apparently. Jesus
What the
Christ.
fuck?
Fucking goddamn it. I hate those fucking dogs. I've
Who-
always hated them.
I would never try to break up a dog. Am I a coward? Because I would never. If I saw two dogs
No,
fighting
you're-
each other, I'd be like,
you're-
Jesus, let them work it out. This has nothing to do with me.
Survival of the fittest. Fuck, dude. Like, God.
Wow, she sounds like an
yeah.
amazing person.
Nah, man. She loves them. She's a bleeding heart for animals. Super hardcore. But, anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there since I've got a lot of people, and, you know, willpower is a fucking powerful thing.
Yes.
Good
Totally
energy.
agree. Hey,
Good energy.
your name is Trey, right?
Yeah.
Trey, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you
Thanks for
telling
having
me
me.
these stories. And yes, we are all going to collectively do something.
Thank you. I
But-
appreciate it.
I
I mean, good energy is all good. So, but thanks again for having me, and thanks for making awesome content.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
dude.
man. Thanks for
Take
listening.
care.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good weekend. Good luck with everything, man.
You too, buddy. Later.
Bye. God damn. Now the stream is fucking haunted. This really is a fucking Friday the 13th stream. We did that in a bad way. What terrible news. Okay, well, we should take a break now. I gotta take a break. I'm shook. I'm shook. We're gonna listen to some more Spazee. Be back in 5 or 6 minutes. All right. Okay.
Call from
William.
William. Hello? William?
Hey man, how you doing?
Yo, how are you doing? I'm doing great.
Good. Gotta say, I love your splash. So cool.
My what?
The stream,
Oh.
the design, and everything.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, all the visual stuff is from Slouch. You ever watch any Slouch?
No, but I'm going to now.
Check out, in the video description of this and all the other streams, you can check out Slouch's channel. He's a great animator. He did all this for me.
I will for sure.
Nice. I'm on like one, two, three. I'm on my fourth, fifth beer. Are you drinking at all?
Not right now. It's a little early for me, but I will later.
Oh, you think you're fucking better than me? You think that?
No, dude.
Is that what
Dude.
you're
I
trying
like
to
drinking
fucking
at night.
Eh?
I like drinking at night with a little scotch. Have a steak.
I like to be in bed, pissed by 8 p.m.
That's the life.
But
That's the life.
that's just me. All right, so hey, you're calling into the spooky stream. I don't think we've talked before, have we? Have you called in before?
No, this is my first time, but I've been a long time fan. Lurker.
Nice. You've been listening to these streams before?
Yeah, every once in a while if I can catch them.
Cool. There's a very distinct part of the people who listen to the Minute Hour that like the stream. Some of them, there's a small cadre of people who like it to a really concerning degree. They message me about it a lot, and it worries me how much they like it. But then there's another contingent that hates the stream so much. They leave angry comments on my other videos. They're like, stop fucking streaming. We don't want to listen to you for 6 hours.
No, dude, the streams are great.
All right,
Like,
good.
absolutely great.
You heard it here, baby. All right, cool. So what do you think then about the topic today? What do you have to say about the spooky shit for the Friday the 13th stream?
Well, I'm just gonna say I'm not really a believer of the supernatural, like, at all. But I had this one experience as a kid that I absolutely cannot explain.
Tell
So
us.
when I was living in the countryside, and I was coming home from school, and the bus wouldn't drop me off at my house because we lived on a dirt road, and I would have to walk for like 5-10 minutes to get home. And one day, as I'm walking, I'm like, oh man, this is taking so long. Like, I should be home already. And you ever seen cypress trees, just driveways? Like, imagine that for 5-10 minutes, but it's all like a natural grove.
Okay.
And here I am, I'm walking, and it's been like 30 minutes now, and I should be home, and it's just a straight line to my house, and I'm just keep wondering, like, how the hell am I still walking? I should see my house by now. Like, there's a dead end at the end, and it's only 5 minutes past my house. That's basically it. Like, I just keep going, and then I eventually just, like, turn the corner sort of, and I see my house, and I asked my mom, like, I'm bewildered. I'm like, Mom, what's going on? I've been gone for, like, it feels like an hour and a half. And she's like, no, you literally, I just saw the bus from atop the hill.
And that's like a
something
walk. That's like a walk you took many, many times.
Oh, every day.
And it never felt like that any other time?
No.
But you don't. It's just purely inexplicable to you. What? How does that rest in your mind? The idea that there's just something totally inexplicable.
But it's like, I also had a watch, and the watch was set an hour and a half ahead of time of what it actually was. Like, it was 3 o'clock supposedly when I was supposed to get home. The watch said 4:30, and I can never explain that one moment in my life.
So what? Yeah, how's that? How do you reconcile that? You just ignore it?
Uh, I don't know. I don't know. Kind of calling in for a little therapy right now, actually.
All right. Well,
What
if
do
you
you
had
think?
to come up, if you had to come up with whatever explanation you could, I mean, you must have thought about this. What would be just
Yeah.
any kind of crazy explanation you could think of?
I mean, glitch in the matrix. We're living in a simulation, and I tripped something I wasn't supposed to.
So that's where your mind goes. It's that like you walked, you accidentally went it down some path that the code didn't account for.
Yeah, or like when your computer stutters and it's running the same like sound thing over and over again.
Do you remember anything else about that day in particular?
Uh, you know, I don't really remember any like wildlife, which was weird because there was usually some birds or some like deer usually on the road.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty eerie, pretty empty. But it's almost like I went into like a never-ending tunnel. But my watch was set an hour and a half in advance. Like how do you explain that?
I don't. I refuse to. I won't even try. It almost reminds me very vaguely. You ever see that movie the Page Master?
No.
It's this old movie with Macaulay Culkin where he goes into like some haunted library or something with Christopher Lloyd. He gets sucked into books and it turns into a cartoon character or something. But there's like this one tunnel. It's like this scary tunnel he has to ride his bike through every day to get home from work, and he always gets scared by it. And then one day, like, I don't remember, it was like fucking a thunderstorm or something, and the tunnel becomes like a portal or something. That's just what your story kind of reminded me of, where it's like this thing, like, I imagine it must be kind of scary, like going down this forested path.
I mean, looking back, actually, I think if I would do it today, I'd be kind of scared. But when I was a kid, I was just like going home from school, nothing really special,
It's just normal, routine.
Yeah. But another theory is like, it's like there's natural folds in the geometry of reality, and those folds are where people like vanish. You ever heard a theory like that?
No, but I'm into it.
I mean that. I don't know. That's why I'm calling them in. What does the chat think?
So like you fell into some fold in the universe that was just like time didn't exist there briefly while you were there.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I'm not a scientist at all. I'm not, I don't know anything about like physics or gravitational anomaly, whatever. But maybe in the universe there are places where geometry works in a way that's not normal. I don't know.
So when you say you don't think you're not really superstitious or think of paranormal stuff in a real way, it's interesting because you're talking about just like the possibilities here, and they're all these kind of like semi-science-y sort of things. Like they're not. It's not that you fell into some ghost's asshole where time doesn't exist. You've got this idea that it's somehow like could be mathematical.
Yeah, maybe, but I wouldn't say no to like a ghost theory too, but I've yet to hear one that like I can say, oh yeah, that makes sense,
All right, chat, you gotta figure out the ghost theory that this guy is gonna believe in. Put your theories in the chat now.
I'm listening to all these ghost stories and you're saying, I'm like, damn, I wish that happened to me. That sounds so interesting. I was boring in comparison.
It's a weird one. It's. How old were you again?
I was like 10. I was 10.
Yeah. Hmm.
You know, maybe it's just like I don't know. I don't know. There's like 100 different like explanations you could say.
Do you?
They're all like valid at this point.
Is your way of thinking about it just that you don't know and that it could be any number of things, so like that's a reason for not knowing? Or do you actually think that it's just like it was a trick of your mind? Do you think that you were just duping yourself? You weren't actually, you've got the watch there as that piece of like crucial evidence, but do you think, is that what keeps?
Yeah, no, that's like the centerpiece. It's like, you know, if it was just me remembering that I spent an hour on this 10-minute walk, I'd be like, okay, I was just a kid. But the watch, like, I still have a picture of it, of comparing the two watches.
Oh, you took a picture.
Oh yeah.
So that was really important to you at the time.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like I was, you know, this 10-minute walk I did every day, and it took me an hour and a half. I was spooked as a kid. I didn't know what to think. I thought I was lost. I started crying.
While you were walking?
Yeah, I just, you know, like I couldn't go back. Like I tried to go back, I tried to go forward, and same thing.
What about aliens? What about aliens, bro?
Oh, dude.
What do you think?
That could be.
Do
you know,
thinking back on
like,
it
you
now,
think I was abducted and I got put into like a treadmill or something?
Yes. Maybe you got some aliens like just fucking tranked you from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've just got like these woozy memories like, oh, I was just walking around that whole time, but really an alien was doing terrible experiments on you.
I hope I got superpowers from that then, because that'd be cool.
How long after that happened were you disturbed by it?
To this day.
Okay.
But it's like the only thing that's ever happened to me, you know? That's supernatural in some way.
Well, I don't know what the hell happened. That's for sure. But it sounds spooky.
Yeah.
Dude, it was aliens.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Why not?
I think you're right.
Why not? I mean, what else? What else? The aliens, but they're famously, not thorough. So they didn't think about your watch. The aliens famously don't keep track of time. They don't have timepieces, so that's why they forgot.
You know, I would think if it was aliens, you know, like, shit, I don't know, like, would I be part alien now? Like,
yes.
What would they do to me? Like, why would they want a 10-year-old little fat kid like me?
I don't even want to think about it, bro. Something bad. Maybe not. Maybe they just wanted to. Get your thoughts on Home Improvement, the show, or whatever you're watching at the time. Maybe they were very confused. They're like, why do the people enjoy Teletubbies?
Yeah.
That's a little.
No, I think like that's why the story is so spooky, because like I talked to other people about it and they've all said different things, from like fairy portals to the geometry thing that I was talking about. I don't know.
All right, well, it's gonna have to remain unresolved.
Mystery, lost of time.
That's part of the fun, though. You can just we can think about it forever. We can come up with as many theories as we want.
Exactly.
All right, hey man, thanks for calling in. Thanks for telling me about this story.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Great show. You have a good day.
Hey, have a good weekend. Bye.
See ya.
yeah, I was also getting sort of like Matrixy vibes, like like those. There's like that hallway, the back rooms. We're talking about the Matrix sequels. The back doors. Maybe he accidentally went into a
Call from
Douglas.
Douglas.
Hello?
Douglas.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
Hey, do you remember me? I was in the stream a few weeks ago. We were talking about men and women relationship stuff.
That was a while ago. But remind me real quick. Give me the spark notes on your call.
Basically, I guess the thing you might remember at the end, I told everybody to wash their nuts at the end.
Oh,
That's what
God.
I told everybody. You don't remember that?
I feel like I've made a choice to
People were
block
calling
that
me
out.
misogynistic, and people were calling me misogynistic and all this stuff in the chat, and I was disregarding all that stuff. But hey, man, it's okay if you don't remember. It's fine.
No, I forgot
Well,
a lot
I mean,
about that stream. I was especially drunk for that one. The only thing I remember was there are two different people who were telling me they were in cuckold relationships. Were you one of those people?
I would never consider myself a cuckold. I mean,
No, they were the
find-
bulls. They were the fuckers.
The fuckers.
The ones who they invaded
Oh,
married
yeah,
relationships and
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
That wasn't you,
yeah,
though.
Yeah, I fuck, and I fuck others.
Okay.
Wait,
Wait. Were you the woman? Were you the guy who said that that women will say, "What do you bring to
Probably.
the table?" And
Yes.
you say that you are the table. What was it exactly?
Whatever you're drinking that. It's working. Yes.
All right, good.
Yes.
do
I was the one
remember
that said, you ought to ask a woman what she's going to bring to the table, and I can guarantee you she's going to say she is the table.
Right.
That's
That's
the thing.
what it was.
That
That's
was
what
the
it was.
quote from Douglas.
All
I had
right.
the chat going crazy. All
I
right,
do
so,
remember.
and before I start my,
For the record, I don't
little-
think you're misogynist, Douglas.
it's okay. People can think what they want. It's fine. But I appreciate that. Makes
All right.
me-
What about the spooky shit?
My-
You got some spooky women's stories, or is this just general spookiness?
I'm going to tell you a little story. But before I do, I forgot to ask you last time. My favorite video that you made is the grill video. That video is astonishing in its content and its animation and everything about it. I wanted to ask you, what drew the inspiration for that video? Were you just drunk off your ass and
no.
just came up with that? I could find
Not
myself
even.
watching that video.
Just
Pretty
grills,
awesome.
just grills, man, just real life. That was I was living in LA for a bit before that video. That was the first besides Trials Part 2. That was the first video that I had made after I moved back home to the suburbs, and it was just the power of the grill in the suburbs is what inspired me. It's a very very
That's the
powerful feeling.
aspect. That is your best video in my opinion, and I think you should keep working with Drew.
Absolutely.
You should keep working. You should keep working with him. You should hit him up right now, text him, call him, tell him you want to make a video.
We've
right
got the things. There are things in the works. There are plans. Don't worry. We got
All right,
all kinds of
that's cool.
animated shit on the way. But anyway, enough of that. Tell me about your spooky
Yeah.
shit.
All right, so take it back all the way to high school for this one. I'm in my early 20s. So there's this hospital, or this type of center where they rehabilitate people. I'm not sure exactly what it was. It's right off the main highway in my city. And that building hasn't been touched in 20, 25 years. God knows. They built things around it, but they haven't touched that singular building. And we were bored. I think it was maybe a few weeks prior to all the senior graduation activities. And we were like, all right, let's, on our lunch break, let's go ahead and drive over to that place, see what's going on over there. I went over there with a few buddies. Drove over there, Obviously, it would be trespassing, so we made sure to trepidate with caution and, try to sneak in our way in there solid snake style, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, hell yeah.
just sneak in through the fences and things like that. There was no parking, so we had to park across the street and
make our way across this very busy highway, which is already kind of dangerous. But we were young. Who cares?
Okay.
We step in and we see a very decayed place. We had some idea of what it looked like, but upon approaching it, we're like, all right, this place is, it's messed up. It's messed up all the way through. And we made our way through this little pocket of a hole in the fence to the side of the building, and it was kind of a squad that we had going on. We had maybe 6, 7 people. I don't exactly remember how many people, but we started to creep around and see what's going on, and we noticed that the actual place itself had some type of a basement or some type of cavern type thing at the bottom. So we decided to go through there, and to my surprise, there was a lot of things that were interesting. It's kind of like a Fallout quest or something. We were seeing things that you wouldn't see in your regular day life. You know what I'm saying? There was syringes on the floor. There was rope, padded clothing. There was blood in certain spots. There was strange liquids, different colors, green, blue, strange, a lot of paint on the wall, a lot of strange things on the wall. There's written like Bible quotes and strange things like death, and a lot of just regular graffiti art, but there's a lot of strange things in there. And there's a foul smell, such a foul smell. It smelled like fermented, I don't even know, but it smelled foul. It's a really bad smell.
It's like a sour, tangy smell. That's what I think of when I think fermented.
Like a fermented, extremely sauerkrauty smell.
Okay.
Horrible. We couldn't pinpoint exactly from where it was, but there was just it looked like sewage water was all over the place. It was really dark, no lights.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of got our blood rushing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we saw that and we're like, okay, it might be something to see here. In the back of our mind, we were always afraid that we might run into a homeless person or something, someone that was inhabiting those lands.
Mm-hmm.
And we decided to proceed with caution. We didn't want to turn back and be like, oh, we're a bunch of pussies, we're going to turn back. We're going to go ahead and just keep on going. So we actually decided to split up just in case there might be some type of issue going on. We might be able to trepidate the grounds a bit easier. So I split up with my big friend who weighed about 300 pounds. His name is Juan.
Okay.
And
300 pounds? He's like, how old?
I mean, at the time, he was probably 17 or something.
Jesus Christ.
High school.
Is he still alive to this day?
I actually don't know. He moved to this Wisconsin and stuff like that. I don't know. I haven't heard from him.
All right. Yeah.
We split off and we went over and we started seeing like dolls and a lot of strange things. Just seeing a lot of documents and just, again, tattered clothing, a lot of strange writing on the walls. We went to the staircase of the building and there was actually a hole in the staircase. And it looked like a kind of an overseeing spot of the whole entire city. I wouldn't be surprised if people have killed themselves there. I mean, I've heard stories of people doing bad things there. And,
it was a long distance to fall, like kill yourself, like jumping off something.
Yeah, it was on like the fourth or fifth story.
Ah, okay.
I looked over it. I was kind of contemplating, decided to go and look through. We actually ended up finding some strange syringes scattered across the floor and some of the floors there. Some strange liquids. I'm not sure if there was methamphetamine, things like that, but out of the blue, our friend, who was the one that split up from us, decided to call us, and he said, "Hey, bud, you need to get down here." Okay. And he hung up right after that, and I was like, okay, yeah, we're not going down. Okay, we're just gonna keep on coming up here, and we're gonna wait till he calls us again and make sure that everything's okay. So we didn't want to get into any trouble, you know what I'm saying? So after a while, we actually went up to the roof, and it was actually a really great view. But it was kind of scary because the floor would bend in every time you step on it. It was kind of flimsy and old. Out of nowhere, we hear some type of yelling. And we're like, oh. But we heard it echoed and reverberated throughout the walls of this asylum. And it was it was obviously far away, so we figured it was from the other group that split away from us. And we're like, okay, we got to actually check out what's going on here. So we actually give our buddy a call. He doesn't pick up. Call him again, doesn't pick up. So we try to make our way down to the first floor, and we find ourselves in this big, vast, open room. It looks like there was a bunch of stuff in there, but they cleared it out. And I honestly thought I was in a search and destroy game from Call of Duty. I was sneaking around, trying to make sure there was nothing going on there. It was actually, and the adrenaline that I felt in that moment.
So yeah, your survival instincts were kicking. You were ready for danger.
Yeah, it was. Keep in mind, it's really hard to hide with someone who's as round as the target balls that are at a target. It's pretty hard to hide with someone that big.
Mm-hmm.
But we actually ended up getting a call from the person that actually called us initially, and they said, okay, there are people here, and you need to come down here right now, or else we're all going to be in deep shit. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, just do it, man. Just do it. And we decided to go down there, and lo and behold, there are two Peter Griffin-looking characters with yarmulkes in the back of their heads.
Ooh.
Two very tiny yarmulkes.
Twist.
And they had... What was that?
This is a twist. They're Jewish.
Yeah.
Peter Griffin
two
Knights.
Peter Griffin, even with the glasses and all, round, bearded men with tiny little yarmulkes on their heads, and they had firearms in their hands.
Oh.
And some uniform. Started yelling at us in some weird manner, and we approached them, and one was completely silent after the yelling, and one was completely ravaged by this behavior and the things that we were doing here. It was very upset, and turns out, we didn't even notice this, but next to the asylum there was a Jewish recreational center.
Mm.
It was big, and these looks like these two were some Jewish cops or some Jewish security guards or something, and they were really, really mad that we were in their or trespassing. I'm not sure if it was their property or what it was, but when we got there, everyone was in handcuffs, and we got a gun aimed at us.
Jesus.
Yeah. And it felt like I had to negotiate there. I was like, all right, man, we were just, we're just some 17-year-old kids. We're just trying to figure out. And the aggressive beater, as I'll call him, there's calm beater and aggressive beater. Aggressive beater was nonstop just hailing on us with a bunch of obscenities and whatnot, and telling us that we could hide because there's actually been accidents of people getting killed in there, and people getting shot up with drugs, and people killing themselves, and we knew that, and we wanted to encounter something like that. Messed up with something.
So they potentially thought that you were junkies looking for a place to shoot up.
Perhaps, maybe. I just the one thing that bothers me to this day is what was the yelling about that I heard? Like, was that someone getting pistol whipped in the face? I'm not sure, but we he kind of sat us down and told us a little bit about the Jewish center that was next to the asylum there, and he asked us if we wanted to stop by and maybe have some crackers and things like that. We politely declined because we needed to get back to our classes and things like that. But he let us off on a warning, and we went about our merry day. But yeah, I guess all in all, it wasn't very much of a spooky story, but it was quite an experience. Especially when you don't even know what's down there. It could have been a homeless person with a glass shard or something like that.
Yeah,
But
hey, don't discount the spookiness of this story. Just because the end of the story ended with fat Jews doesn't mean it's not spooky. They had guns, god damn it.
The most interesting part of the story, I think, is their uncanny resemblance to Peter Griffin. They were legitimate copies, and it was just astounding.
But they did. You were able to successfully negotiate. You said your friend was in handcuffs, and you were able to get the situation back to normalcy to the point where they even invited you over to the rec center.
Yeah, we just say, you know, your little sob story. Oh, we're just kids. We're just kids. You know, we're looking for, you know, all that shit. You know how it is. You were 17 at some point. I'm sure you're doing all your little things in bed, you know, across the neighborhood and stuff like that.
But I never had a gun pointed at me.
Oh man, I've had an AR-15 pointed at me before. So there's this bridge. I'll go into the story just real quick. You know, there was this bridge by my house, and we actually decided to go. Like, it's on a farmland. It's really, really big farmland. There's this big bridge that's unfinished that goes to a different part of the city. You got to cross the fence to get to it. It was approaching 8 o'clock, so the sun was coming down. I found a big stick on the bridge, and I started waving it around. And one of the farmers that was on that farmland ended up calling the police, claiming that I had a firearm, some type of long-arm firearm on me.
Yeah.
And the police came. There was maybe like 6-7 patrol cars that pulled up to the side of the fence. They called out a helicopter.
Oh.
I was scared for my damn life, so I started running like an idiot. I didn't even just get on the floor and just plead and all that stuff. I started running away from the cops, and had a big old, probably 8,000 lumen flashlight pointed in my face, with an AR-15 yelling at me to get down. And my friend who was with me actually ended up getting away. He actually climbed the fence. While he climbed the fence ripped a 6-inch hole into his jeans. He got into his truck and drove away. Never heard from him again. I'm being legitimate. This is insane. And my parents came over and they were like, some negotiation went on. But yeah, not my first time I had a gun pointed in my face. But you know, if I could ever meet those fat Jews again,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I'll thank them for their mercy. But such interesting characters, man. They were basically like the same person, and just, like, again, an uncanny resemblance to Peter Griffin.
Both of them.
Lois, you know, type deal. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's all for me in terms of my story, man. You know, fuck all the people who say they don't like these streams. I think you're doing a great job, and I honestly think you should keep working with Drew. Like, I'm going to keep saying this. I'm going to keep calling in every stream, and I'll tell you this. So when you hear Douglas, you better pick up so I can tell you that.
Hell yeah. No,
Yeah.
I want to work with Drew as much as possible. But Drew is a man, you know, he's got his own shit that he's working on. So I can only get in there as often as time permits. But
can you give me his phone number?
No, I can't, actually. I don't even think I have it. I don't have any of Drew's information. Drew could disappear, and I would have no way of contacting him ever. It's just the way it is. All right, hey man, Douglas, thank you for calling in again. Thanks for telling me the stories about this. It was almost like the Blair Witch Project, but then instead of a witch, it was Jews.
Yeah.
I liked it. All right.
Well, you take the time on the show to tell my story, and appreciate you taking my call. And just one last message to the people watching this. Disregard women, acquire currency, and wash your nuts. That's all I got to say.
All right. Wise words from Douglas. Thank you, Douglas.
All right. Have a good one. Take care.
Call from
Jet. Hey.
Yo.
Happy Friday the 13th, dude.
Hell yeah, dude. How are you celebrating?
Well, I was gonna watch some of the Friday the 13th films because Jason's my favorite, but I don't have any on hand. Yeah. And I was gonna play the game because I never played it before, but everyone's talking about how it's dead and it's full of hackers and shit. So
you talking
I don't
about
know.
that? Not like the old game, like that sort of new one that's like someone's Jason and the rest of the people are camp counselors, that thing?
Yeah, not the shitty, fucking, terrible, forgotten one.
I remember. Jet. No, I saw
You can't ever forget.
I saw my brother-in-law, who's a big horror movie buff, and Friday the 13th dude, was showing me gameplay footage from that game. It looks pretty cool. Have you played it before
cool.
before it was fucked, as you say?
No, I haven't played it before. It was fucked. I bought it when it was on sale like a couple months ago, and I've just been holding on to it. And I was like, well, what better day than today? And then I went on there, and everyone was talking about how there are like lobbies with like 20 Jasons and 20 counselors, and they got speed hacks and shit. And I was like, oh, well, fuck that.
Yeah, that sucks. Do you have a favorite Friday the 13th movie?
I do, yeah. Jason Goes to Manhattan.
I've not seen that one. I've only seen
It's
1 and 2, and... No, 1 and 2, that's all I've seen.
It's amazing, dude. It stroked me real good when he just fucking punched some dude's head off, like clear off his body. Just a straight punch.
I've watched like YouTube videos. I've done this for like basically every horror franchise. Just like search a horror franchise and then put all deaths after it. You get a nice YouTube supercut of just all those grisly moments. And I remember like the Jason Goes to Space one. Was that like 4 or 5 or?
Oh, Jason X?
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah, that was ridiculous, man.
That one's got that
But
cool...
like at that point, they're just milking him for every penny they could get.
Yeah, I mean, goes to space. Who goes to space? Of all the people who go to space, why Jason?
Exactly.
He's not trained. He's not an astronaut.
No, and there was a vampire one too, where Jason was also a vampire, but I don't know if that was.
Really?
I don't remember if that was the same one or not.
No, the only ones I ever saw were the first one, which is, you know, like I guess I don't want to spoil it, but you know, it's
a good one.
The second one is the one where he's got like that silly burlap sack over his head.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have the hockey mask. He's got a burlap sack.
Yeah, and the first one's all about his crazy ass mom.
Right, exactly. Anyway, good shit. Well, what about your own personal spooky stories? You got any tales from beyond, from the supernatural?
I do, yeah. This isn't one that I was too young to remember it, but it's a story that my mom has told me since I was a kid, and she still continues to tell to this day, and it gives me chills just thinking about it. She used to have an apartment when I was really, really little. She just moved into her apartment, and she just divorced my dad. Mm-hmm. And she was in there, and there was like the living room, and there was a hallway. And then there were 2 rooms on the left. There was my bedroom, and then the bathroom, and then her bedroom was on the right. Mm-hmm. Well, what she would do every night is she would put me in bed. She would put me down in my crib, and then she'd leave the door cracked, and then walk down the hallway to the living room and hang out for the night. Mm-hmm. Well, she said that a few like really weird things started to happen, where like she noticed things would just kind of like end up in other places, and it was just me and her, and I was too small to like grab anything from the counter. But she said one night she laid me down in bed in my crib, and she shut the light off, and she just cracked the door, and she walked about 3 or 4 paces down the hallway towards the living room, and all of a sudden she heard my bedroom door just slammed shut, and then this really loud crash from inside, and then I was screaming, and she ran in and she threw the door open, and my crib was flipped over, and I was laying on the other side of the room screaming, and she said there was just this really, really strong smell of cologne. And like the air, she said she described the air as feeling like really heavy and suffocating, but also cold at the same time.
That's spooky as shit.
Yeah, she left that fucking day, and she talked to her landlord, and her landlord told her that apparently, and I didn't know that until she had mentioned it, but I guess they're legally supposed to disclose this kind of stuff when someone moves in. But I guess the woman who used to live in that apartment was really, really old, and she died in that apartment, and she was pretty well known around town for just being absolutely like, she hated men. Like she could not stand men of any sight. So
that's the second caller. You're the second caller now tonight who said that like they experienced a paranormal thing in their residence and then brought it up with the landlord, and the landlord immediately came clean about like some sort of death or tragedy that occurred in the same place.
Yeah, I did have a I didn't know that they were legally supposed to disclose that until afterward, and I kind of wonder like how many of them just don't. See you, Carlos. I wonder how many of them just don't disclose that shit because they're not believers and stuff. I
Or
did
that they
have
would,
a
or that they would spook off. You know, you can't tell who would be so believing of those stories that they would just be spooked away from renting or buying.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, that apartment complex that she lived in was not the greatest. So I wouldn't be surprised if they held some shit back so that she would move in there.
Nice.
I did have I actually did have kind of a really weird experience. I didn't see a ghost, but I spent some time after college. I was just fucking bumming around and hitchhiking, and I was traveling and DJing and stuff, and I ended up in Louisville, Kentucky. And the girl I was traveling with had a friend. His name is Andy, and he lives in an apartment over there. I don't know if he still lives there or not, but he'd been living there for a few years. And we stayed a couple nights over there, and we were in the living room, and he had this kind of like metallic. It was like a metallic sculpture of like a sun with a face, and it hung over the doorway. Mm-hmm. And I thought it was the coolest thing in the world, man, when I saw it. And I asked him where he got it, and he said, "Oh, he got it from like a yard sale, I think." But the owner was just like, just gave it to him. Like there was a price on it, but the owner just gave it to him, and he hung it up. And he had a roommate prior to us visiting. Like I want to say maybe it was less than a year. I want to say maybe six to like 8 months or so, something like that. But his roommate committed suicide in there, and he was a perfectly fine guy, before then. But he said it was completely unexpected, and it completely threw him for a loop. But the reason I bring that up is because we were sitting there in the living room, and this is before he told us this. Me and her were sitting in the living room, and I had my laptop open on my lap, and I was working on music. And all of a sudden, like, I just felt this overwhelming sense of dread. The room didn't feel cold or anything. I just all of a sudden felt like a suffocating presence of dread and depression and all sorts of shit. And it got so bad to the point that I couldn't breathe, and I had to step outside. And it was completely out of nowhere. Like I'm not normally the kind of person who gets like severely depressed, because I'm generally an optimistic kind of guy. But all of a sudden, it just hit me super fucking crazy hard, dude. And I had to go sit outside, and I couldn't go back in there. I tried once, and it was just still really, really heavy. But we ended up leaving that night, and he was like, yeah, like that's exactly what my roommate was talking about, before he killed himself. Like he said, that's kind of how he was feeling.
Jesus Christ. Well, what do you
I don't know what it was.
What do you think personally? I mean, do you believe that like objects could be imbued either accidentally or purposefully with freaking bad juju?
I think so, yeah, but only because like I don't know, I've always approached ghosts not as like a religious kind of thing, but as like something that's like, scientifically explainable. Because we all have like energy and, things that we attach ourselves to and we hold a lot of value to. And I think that when our bodies die, that, the energy that is us, it makes sense that it would kind of like fuse with things that we held close or people we held close, or places we held close. You hear stories about people who've been haunted and like, just like, no matter where they lived, you've heard stories about people who've moved into houses that were haunted, people who've had things that were haunted. And I feel like, so I haven't like gone over like the science of it in depth, but I've always kind of had a theory that like, your energy is like an actual thing. We all have like a magnetic pull to us. Like we generate some level of electricity and energy. And I think that when you die, that energy, I feel like the natural magnetism of the earth maybe even carries it along within the form of which the energy has spent its time in via your body, or like it would attach to another object or something. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked that much into it, but I do think that it's possible,
But with something with an object that I mean, just for the sake of what we're talking about right now, we can assume that the object is what was causing the feeling of dread. Like, what do you think causes that even? Like, it's just like someone someone dying in a really tragic way, or is like, someone, everyone dies, right? So it's like if you die and your energy is maybe like gets siphoned into some object you held dear, what is it particularly that would make that feeling like be felt by others as this terrible feeling of dread and depression?
Well, I don't think that it would. I don't think it would always have to be a tragic way, because a lot of like tragic deaths are also very instantaneous, and people just die before they even realize that they have, or like when it's too late. It's like quite instantaneous. But there are also people who die like horrible, long, agonizing deaths. So when they do die, their energy is all fucking like mad and aggressive.
Okay.
So I feel like that's, if it was the object, I do feel like that is possibly something that had happened where somebody had held something very close to that object, and they were just, at the point that they did die, their energy was just all fucking like mad and shit and really depressed, and maybe holding on to a lot of like the feelings that they were going through. Like, and I'm talking about feelings like even beyond the way that your brain registers emotions and shit. Like,
Let's take this to the next fucking level, Jet.
Fuck yeah, dude, let's do it.
Let's say you as a person, first of all, let's assume that you, Jet, are just the most evil motherfucker in the whole goddamn world. Just for the sake of argument. And
I'll play this role.
And you were in charge of a coven of witches. And your whole goal as a coven of witches is to create these cursed objects by like torturing and killing people in agonizing ways, and then like sucking up their soul into these cursed objects. And then like you've all of a sudden you've got this object that has this power that's got so much dread and terror built into it that like you could just put it in someone's room and it's gonna fucking make them go crazy and kill themselves.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, dude? Is that
I think
something we should do?
I think that's an astounding idea. I feel like there's so much power to wield.
Do you think that there are people who think? Do you think there are people who think like that?
Oh yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, I mean, well, if you look at like the town I live in is infamously haunted. Mm-hmm. And we have a fort right across the river, and the fort is right next to the fort is already like infamously haunted. Like we've had multiple television shows and ghost hunters and stuff come up and do shit. And right next to it is the mill, and the mill was actually built on top of a Native American burial ground, and they called them the Red Paint People. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and it's because they used a lot of red dyes with all their shit. And after the mill was built over that, and the grave was disrupted, and the burial grounds were disrupted, like a lot of really crazy shit has been happening. Like this town is, I'm not even kidding, dude. Like this town is infamously haunted.
So then, do you think
I feel like
okay, go on.
Oh no, sorry. I was just gonna say I feel like a lot of that shit was, kind of there's a lot of bad energy, tied in with that, and I feel like that's the same kind of power where like, oh, you disrupted my shit. Guess what? Fucking all of our skulls and all of our sacrifices and all of our crazy other shit and homicides and genocides. We're gonna bring that shit onto your town now.
Do you think, it like just in your own personal mind, do you think something like that makes sense, either in the evil, horrible sense or even like in the opposite sense? Like if you were a good coven, if you were a coven of nice witches, like you might like make someone's death experience just really fucking pleasant and beautiful, and you could bless objects in the opposite sense.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I really thought about that. I feel like you could. I don't see why not. Like if you can, like if it is possible in this hypothetical situation, if it is possible to curse objects with dread, then it only makes sense that complementary, you'd be able to bless objects with, with things that are nice.
It's like good luck. If it's all like luck, basically, like.
Or juju, I suppose.
Do you think luck is like somehow like a spiritual thing, or is that just like, is that something separate entirely?
No, I think luck is just pure coincidence, man. I think it's just I think sometimes good shit happens, you know, sometimes bad shit happens. But I do feel like you could possibly you know, put a lot of really good energy and a lot of really good feelings and attachment into something, and that would carry on, you know. For the same reason, like when you walk into a room after somebody's just had an argument or something really good has happened, you can, and like even without you knowing what has just happened, you can feel the energy in that room. Like you feel the weight of whatever has just happened.
Well, I asked because Friday the 13th is supposed to be bad luck. It's, you know, it's not necessarily supposed to be haunted, but the idea is that it's unlucky, that bad things happen because it's unlucky. And I think that the feeling of like, if you feel like you're cursed with bad luck, or like you feel like on Friday the 13th, if you really legitimately felt like this is the day where everyone is cursed with bad luck, that is a feeling of dread that comes across, and it colors your perception of good or bad things. If you're looking at it through the lens of today is the day of bad luck.
It does, man. And, you know, I was thinking about that a little bit this morning because it's, you know, obviously Friday the 13th has been trending all over the place. And I was thinking, you know, like, I don't know if it has any sort of, like, farther meaning than the movies Friday the 13th, but those have been, like, but I know that, like, people like, oh, Friday the 13th, there's a famous serial killer movie that takes place on that day. Like, so everybody's going into it expecting it to be a bad day. And I feel like, in a similar sense, Garfield kind of did the same thing with Mondays. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's like, oh my God, fucking Monday, I hate Monday. Monday's the worst day. It's like, oh, is it the worst day because it's actually a bad day? Or like, for some spiritual reason? Or is it a really fucking bad day because Garfield didn't like Monday and that's really well known?
Monday is the cursed day and lasagna is the blessed object.
Yeah, it is the counterforce of power.
I actually have no idea where the idea of Friday the 13th being bad luck, I don't know where that came from. I assume that the movie didn't originate that, because that would be like a kind of, I mean, I would give them credit if they were that creative. Just like, we're going to be like, this fucking day, if it's Friday and it's this number, that means it's bad. Like, that would be surprising to me. It sounds like it would just be, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It very well could have just been a shot in the dark. You know, like, oh, we need to name this something clever. Okay, well, what is the plot? What day is all this shit happening? Friday. What day? The 13th. All right. Friday the 13th, dude. We got it.
Dude, I have no idea. Actually, that's a question that a future caller is gonna have to answer for us. Hey, Jet, thank you for calling in.
Anytime, dude. Have a fucking awesome stream and a great Friday the 13th.
Hey, and by the way, you're involved with the Matter Zine, eh?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I got a couple things in there.
Dude, congratulations on the Matter Zine fulfilling its Kickstarter shit. I'm sure everyone's going to enjoy getting that in the mail. I know I'm excited to get my Matter Zine in the mail.
Yeah, dude, of course. And I am, like I told you, I'm very excited as well. And I'm also, I'm in like 110,000% go mode, and I'd love to do more shit for the Mighty Lighthouse too. So you can expect more coming from me.
Hell yeah. Good to hear it. All right, Jet. Have a great weekend.
All right. See you, dude.
Bye. Did I? Okay, nice. Okay. My God, I have to take a break. But we're going to listen to one last song by Spazee. And then the rest of the music from the stream is going to be from Full Awful. And both of the links to their stuff is going to be in the video description. So if you like the shit, check out their Bandcamps, their SoundClouds, all that shit. All right. Be back in 6-7 minutes.
patiently soon. Listen to the chant or listen to her scream. St. Alexis can't get over you. She's got her clouds, she's got the moon. Getting in those demons out of you. She's got the stage, you got the script. Looks like she crawled straight out of grip. What the hell does she want with me? Should've kept running and tried to flee. When I heard her voice, I shivered too. She's done with me, she'll come for you. Like a skeleton that can only blend. She'll take your head and make it spin. Like an angel that came straight out of hell. She'll burn you down, Jezebel. Trust me, you don't want to be seen. She'll make a service call to your house, covered in plastic and paper towels.
Okay. That. No. Okay. That last track was Full Awful. Full Awful. The rest of the music from the stream is going to be from them. There's a link in the video description to their Bandcamp. And they have a SoundCloud, I think, too, but I couldn't find it in time. But you can find it if you just try hard enough. If you apply yourself, you'll find it. Full Awful. We're gonna go back to calls in a few minutes here. I did want to tell my local legend story because I remembered this, but not until after my opening shit. There is a local mythological man in these parts in upstate suburban New York. It's a local legend. This man called Turkman. Turkman. Turk. Man. Not Turkish. That's not that's not related to the story. I have no idea why he's called Turkman, to be honest. But the story goes that Turkman lived on this road, Snake Hill Road. Snake Hill Road. Scary sounding. And he, one night at 2 a.m., witnessed his wife and daughter being murdered. They got run over by a drunk driver, as the story goes. They were fucking killed. And, you know, it broke Turkman. It ruined his fucking life. As it would, you know, to see such a thing. And so then every day after witnessing this event, Turkman patrols Snake Hill Road. He walks up and down with a rifle or a baseball bat or some kind of weapon. And the story is that he remembers the license plate for the drunk driver who had killed his wife and daughter, and that he's looking, he's waiting for the day where this man accidentally drives on his road again so that he can just fucking murder him. So that's the story. The cool thing is that there is a man who does walk up and down this road in the hours of like 12 to 4 a.m. for reasons that are, inexplicable. But he does it regularly. And so this is like a thing that kids in my high school would do. And I've done it. And I've seen him. Whereas like we go Turking or Turkmanning, which just means that you're out late past midnight and you drive up this road and you see if you can spot Turkman. And he's there. He really does. There is a dude with long hair, and he's like a creepy looking dude. He's like an old man, very long, scraggly hair. He's like this very lanky, tall dude. And he just walks up and down this road somewhat regularly. And it's like a back country road. It's not near anything at all. It's not like Turkman is on his way to go to fucking Walmart or something. It's not near anything. And he just walks up and down this road. And I remember there was a Facebook page at one point for Turkman. And there was like this sort of took the magic out of it. The spooky magic was there's just a picture of Turkman like clearly at like a niece's graduation party or something. He's like sitting in a lawn chair, like scowling at the camera. And it's like, it's Turkman. So obviously the story is, is fucking bullshit. But it is a local legend, and it did provide some spooky stories. Because I remember hearing the story and thinking, oh, no way is Turkman walking up the road. Fuck you. Are you trying to tell me there's a man who's walking up and down? But he's there. He really is there. I saw him with my own eyes. And the braver of us, not me, but the more brave youth and the more outgoing youth would stop their car to pull up and just talk to Turkman and have a fun conversation with him. I never figured out why he's walking up and down the road, but apparently he's a pretty okay guy. Okay, anyway, that is the story of Turkman. I think there are some boys in here now. Boys!
Oi. Hey.
Whoa.
Hey, what's up?
Not much, just experiencing some time dilation as we chat away in here.
Do things seem like they're dragging on endlessly?
Yeah, the 2 minutes quickly became 8 minutes. Well, I guess not quickly at all.
I'm sorry, Toner. I was trying to tell a story. God dang it.
Was it a good story?
No, it didn't have an ending or middle even, but it had a strong beginning.
Well, that's all you need, just a good hook, and then you just leave people hooked, and, you can't even get worse from there.
That's right. I should have just cut myself off before I got to the disappointing ending, because then people could have imagined a better ending.
There you go. Leave it up to the audience.
Hey, Teratoma, this stream was also partially your idea. You and Toner sort of conceived this.
I saw a good opportunity, It was Friday the 13th. You do these on Fridays. Unfortunately, mostly in the middle of my working day, which, I have a bit of a gripe with, but we can chat about that privately. But yeah, it seemed like a good opportunity.
Did you have, do you personally have some spooky stories that you would like to share, or even just your opinion on spooks in general?
I got I saw a Shadow Man once. I had one of those sleep paralysis demons.
Oh yeah.
One of those classic silhouette of a dude in my door with light, and then you wake up in a cold sweat, and then he's gone. But I don't know. I don't think it was a ghost or anything. I think I'm just profoundly psychically damaged. So,
Yeah, do you think, what are the chances that it was just like your RA coming in there and trying to diddle you? You
Well,
said
it
was in your
happened when I
dorm,
was
right?
living with my parents.
Oh, I thought you
I
said
was
your
living with my
dorm.
parents.
Okay.
No, in my doorway.
Oh, I see.
And I really hope that isn't the case, with regards to my parents, because that'd be a different kind of stream, I think, if we went that direction.
That's why not? Why not do the molestation stream? Well, so Teratoma, what do you think about then? What's your own personal opinion on the paranormal or supernatural?
Do you
Do you think it's Penn and Teller's bullshit?
I do, actually. You know what? I grew up as a young man on the internet in the era of edgy atheism. And as much as it's shameful, I never really grew out of it, Richard Dawkins indoctrinated me, and now here I am to this day,
What about the side of the internet? This is the side that I'm most familiar with when I was growing up, the urban legends side, where it's like that song by the fucking, I forget their name, the roller derby bros or something. You can hear a woman screaming in the background, and it's because in the photo shoot where she was dripping honey on her naked body, her legs became fused to the paper and it ruined her life and she became a ghost. You were never into the urban legend side of that?
No, I really did. I did enjoy that. I did enjoy that stuff. The caveat is I enjoyed reading about it on Snopes because I was and am incredibly just insufferable in that capacity,
I was on E-Bombs World when you were on Snopes, Teratoma.
Well, there's no accounting for taste, I guess,
I was watching the compilation videos of like all the subtle sexual imagery that Disney puts in their movies, like in The Lion King where the dust says sex for a single moment.
Well, there is a dick on the cover of that one Little Mermaid tape, but that's like well established. That's not a legend, that's a fact. An urban fact, perhaps.
Hell yeah. That's the shit I like. Though that's not really supernatural at all. That's just like some pervert at Disney decided to draw a dick.
I like those Skinwalker stories from X. I mean, I don't think they happen, but they're cool. It's fun stuff. I like Skinwalkers.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's like this monster. I mean, all the stories basically follow the same sort of trajectory. People are out in the woods or in an abandoned place and they hear a voice of someone they recognize and they're like, oh, let's go check it out. And then they go over there and they can't find anything. And then they smell something horrible. Sometimes they find like animal carcasses and then they always feel weird and have to leave. Then they see their buddy who they thought they were looking for back at the campsite or whatever. And they're like, where were you? He's like, I've been here the entire time. There you go. That's a Skinwalker. That's pretty much every Skinwalker story. But they're fun in the moment. I'm not describing it very well, but that's. Right.
Wait, so the idea is that the buddy who claims he was there the entire time, he's been like replaced by a being.
Yeah. They're like, they're like these like malevolent shape-shifty kind of things. If you look up pictures of them, they have like a skull of a deer for a head, and they're all big and gangly and claws. They're cool. It's cool. Cool concept. Cool stories. Skinwalkers are neat. They're pretty cool.
I'm looking up Skinwalker. I'm getting a lot of weird shit. A lot of sexy dudes.
Well, I don't know what kind of Skinwalker. I mean, it's usually like one word. If you search for the two words, I might be like wrong.
Okay. Well, so what about, I mean, as a student of the internet, as you are, I'm not, I mean, that's correct, right?
Fair enough, yeah. I'm terminally online, perhaps.
Are you familiar with the creepypastas then?
Yeah. I used to read a lot of the SCP stuff. Some of the creepypasta became super cringe as it went along, but some of the early stuff was pretty good.
Do you remember any good creepy pastas? I remember the only one I can really truly remember is Squidward's suicide.
There's a classic right there.
Shit, there was one. I'm trying to remember what the name of it was, but it's stuck with me. I wanna make sure it's the right name before I say it. Oh yeah, it's called the Rape Centaur, the six-legged Rape Centaur, and it sounds goofy, but the story is really, really good. Really good.
You're saying centaur like the horseman, not rape center, like where you'd go to get raped for fun.
No, it's a centaur. It's got many legs, and it shambles, according to this one story.
What do you recall from that creepypasta?
But see, the thing is the build-up is what's good. So I can't. Yeah. I don't want to butcher it. It's something you can find it very easily online by searching the keywords, AOL keywords, rape centaur, and there it'll be right there. You'll find it.
Search rape centaur right now, and,
yes.
And don't think about the consequences.
The back rooms are fun. That's like a new one. People have been taking the back rooms and running with them, which is pretty cool.
That is true. That's like that sort of image of the like yellowish office, no windows area, and it's like, what is the thought behind the backrooms creepypasta?
If you glitch out of space, you end up in the back rooms. Like if you glitch out of the normal world, which is like
you can do that at any Joann's fabric store.
Get in there. That's where the glitches most often occur.
I mean, I'm not sure about most people, but last time I went to a Joann's fabric store, the halogen lights and the endless stacks of fabric really lulled me into another reality. So,
is that like based the back rooms? Is that like based off The Matrix Reloaded, where they have like the long hallways with the back doors that lead you into different places?
Not sure if it's based off of that per se. I think it's really just taken inspiration from like just derelict buildings and this general feeling of like unease that comes with this. If you just like search backrooms, it's got that classic image of those yellow stained walls and something familiar yet eerie. I think that's just the general vibe behind it.
I love creepypastas. I think, what I love about them is they're obviously all written by like 12-year-olds, and they have it is about the build up, but it's also they're always so disappointing. I mean, there's never like, but you can spend a long time reading them. I remember that Squidward suicide thing. That whole thing is just like, oh my God, you guys will never believe this. I was watching SpongeBob one day, and Squidward just looked directly at the camera, and his eyes were like human, hyper-realistic eyes, and he just looked at the camera for 10 straight minutes, and then he fucking slowly raised it. Like it's not scary.
Some good playground material.
Exactly. Like it really is.
Your friends with.
Yeah, it really has that. I like that we're able to get the new generation's version of like spooky stories, and they involve Squidward on SpongeBob killing himself as a lost episode.
I mean, it set the stage for Five Nights at Freddy's. It set the stage for Baldi's Basics, and what's that other one that kids like?
What even
Bendy and the Ink Machine?
What even is Five Nights at Freddy's? My little nephew, who's 4 years old. I was gonna say 5, but that's not right. 4 years old. He fucking loves Five Nights at Freddy's. He's always pretending to be Jump Scare Freddy with me. It's annoying. It's annoying as hell, to be honest. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's the game. That's basically the game.
Yeah, it's just like
he's probably never even.
No,
He
he's
probably never even played it.
He's I can confirm he's never played it. He's only watched videos of people playing it. That seems to be the child experience for the new gen. They just watch people opening presents. They watch people playing games.
You just gotta live
People have sex.
vicariously. Oh,
What's that, Lordy?
I said they watch people have sex. You know, cuck porn is pretty good right now. So
When did you start watching porn, Lordy?
I don't remember. Like, I'm old.
I didn't
Can't even
I didn't
remember.
mean like the year. I just meant how old were you?
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, I mean,
To be honest, I grew up with the internet, so no idea anymore.
could have been. Yeah,
I've-
could have been any time.
Yeah, I mean, life is like blending together. The older you get, the more you feel like, man, was that like a day or 5 years ago?
Do you have any spooky stories? Anything potentially paranormal or supernatural that may have occurred to you, or maybe just inexplicable? Doesn't have to be.
Yeah. I once went to a flea market and I bought a game cartridge, and like the woman was crying all the time, and I was like, "Hey, I just want to buy this Super Mario 64 card," and it was like a Sharpied on, and she was crying and talking about her dead son and shit, and I was like, "Wow, fuck this!" I always wanted Super Mario 64, pretty rare game, can't buy it anywhere, so I went there. I was like, "Yeah, good, I'm gonna buy that." And then when I popped it in my Nintendo 64, it didn't work because just how that is. So I blew into it, and when I blew into it, it said, "Wahoo!" I was like, "What's that?" And I was like,
Wait.
I was like, weird. And I put in the card, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I was like, that's pretty spooky and weird and shit, but I don't give a fuck it. I wanted to play Super Mario 64. So I put it in, and then like Mario turned around and he was like, "Well, why did you buy this cursed card?" And I'm like, "Dude, Mario, I just want to play Mario 64, please."
Mm.
And then he started crying blood and shit. And I was just like, wow, that's kind of sad. I just want to play, Super Mario 64, not some crying shit. And I was like, okay, fuck it. I'll hound someone else. And then I played through it. 120 stars. Pretty easy. Give it back because don't give a shit anymore. Yeah.
That sounds like a creepypasta.
No,
I was gonna
that
say,
happened to me
That's real?
personally.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're blowing into the
That is-
cartridge. The air formed Wahoo,
Yeah.
which
That- that-
activated the cartridge, but in a ghostly way.
Yeah, no.
there's literally like a creepypasta about a haunted N64 game. I think it's called like Ben is Dead, or like a haunted
Ben
Majora's
Drowned.
Mask.
Yeah,
something like that.
I was going to talk about that, but then I thought I'd rather make something up because, tell a story that actually happened to
Tell
me.
a legit story. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell a true
Dude, I
one, not
totally
a
met
creepypasta.
Herobrine.
But no, a friend of mine actually managed to create fan content for Ben Drowned, but like ironically, and people regularly asked him if it was an actual, part of the Ben Drowned story.
What is it?
I truly hope he answered yes. I really hope he did.
What?
I think it did. It was like really, like absolutely awfully done, and there was no way to confuse it for actual content. But people are retarded.
What do you guys think? Do you think that there's any value to the creepypastas, to these video game urban legends at this point?
I think like 100 years from now, there are going to be historians, like folklore historians that are going to be looking back on the dawn of the internet age, and use these creepypastas as cultural samples of our time, just like we would
Just
any
to
other,
to prove how
folk
stupid
tale of
we
the
were?
past. Absolutely.
Be like, look,
Like what do the back rooms say about the 2010s or what have you? That's going to
true.
be an
Very-
essay question.
That's right. We can
Guarantee it.
We can derive meaning from these internet legends.
It
I
is
just
quite
remember
literally folklore.
the best one that I've ever read. I don't know if I can find it again. There was one where a dude rode the subway regularly, and one time he noticed a dude that just stood out to him and like looked like an alien. saw him like a few days in a row. And one day he just and the dude always just rode the subway from end to end. And after a day, like after a few days, he just followed the dude back to the to like when the end of the station, and there he somehow got lost running after the dude, and ended up in a different dimension basically, where he was the odd one standing out. And then he drove the subway again until someone noticed him, and then he could travel into another dimension and another dimension again and stuff like that. And I don't know what the ending was, but it was like this really moody thing to read, because the dude described his despair about being lost in the train station, where he can only ride the train till someone notices him, and then can only leave to be in another dimension where he still isn't at home and somebody notices him. I think I have that bookmarked somewhere, but I mean, I read that like 20 years ago, 15 years ago.
And it's stuck with you to this day?
Apparently.
The only one
I
I
haven't
remember
thought
is
of that
fucking
in years.
Squidward's suicide. Oh, I also remember the Russian sleep experiment. That was a...
That was another good one. Yeah.
You guys ever read the Kyle Odom Manifesto? No?
Don't think
I
so.
don't think so.
That's like a real life creepypasta. There's a crazy guy named Kyle Odom who he was going insane. He was losing his freaking marbles, and he thought everybody.
I remember
around him-
seeing this story.
He thought everyone around him were Martians, were sex-loving Martians who just wanted to rape everyone's butt constantly. That was like their whole function as beings, was to just like pretend to be humans and to rape humans' asses. And he wrote this great manifesto it reads like a creepypasta, because like he's full of dread because he's going crazy. And he's writing this like right before he decides to shoot his pastor in the face with a gun. And he does do that, and the pastor survives actually. So there's reason to believe the pastor was a fucking invulnerable Martian. But I've got the PDF up here, and it's like 43 pages, so I can't read the whole thing like I want to. But highly recommend that to anybody who's looking for a creepypasta with a little bit of realistic edge. This is a guy who's going totally insane, and he just describes like all this like very slightly off behavior. And like to anybody who's not psycho, they'd think like, oh, this is just slightly off. But to someone who is in the process of going crazy, it's like this intense feeling of dread. Like there's all these mechanisms that are functioning simultaneously against Kyle Odom, and in the form of Mars people. But anyway, just like the very first page, I'll just read this one part. This is, who is Kyle Odom? Born and raised in North Idaho, grew up in a loving family, joined the Marine Corps after high school, developed an interest in science, went to school for a degree in biochemistry. Kyle Odom is writing this. Won numerous scholarships and awards, graduated magna cum laude, and then got invited to a prestigious university to work on genetics. Check my personal documents. As you can see, I'm pretty smart. I'm also 100% sane, 0% crazy. Why did he do it? My life was ruined by an intelligent species of amphibian humanoids from Mars. I wish I was joking. Please keep reading. They were here long before we ever existed. Their technology is millions of years more advanced than ours, and I've seen them do things that defy all comprehension. They have a massive breeding stock of humans, which they breed and control from birth. They use these quote-unquote humans to live vicarious lives among us. They appear to be completely normal because they're good at imitating human behavior. See Martian technology for an explanation on this. The actual Martians live deep underground, here and inside of the moon, not on Mars. They take control of wild human beings and use them as sex slaves. Don't believe me? Ask President Obama to take a lie detector test on this one. They tried to take me, but they were unable to control my mind. They've been following me ever since. I tried everything to get my life back. I begged, bargained, and I threatened. Everything I tried to do was sabotaged. I attempted suicide twice, but they stopped me both times. My last resort was to take actions that would bring this to the public's attention. Read my story to learn what happened to me and why they targeted me. And then it goes on from there. But really good stuff.
I think I've met someone like that, unfortunately.
Someone who is losing their mind?
Kinda, yeah. I was one day, maybe about a year and a half ago, I saw a guy walking across campus wearing like a sort of shawl made out of a blanket and like a bandana, and he had a sword, like a katana, like a metal one.
Oh.
And he was just swinging it around, and I was like, this is curious. This is I have nothing to do right now, so I decided to follow the guy for a few hours. So I like stayed a few feet behind him, and like people were just passing by, giving him weird looks and stuff. And I was like, I just want to make sure this guy doesn't hurt anyone, because at my university, like a few years before I went there, a student actually attacked a professor with a katana. So it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. And I followed him, and he was just kind of walking slow, waving his sword around. And he eventually sat down in like a group of people, and I was like, oh, he found his friends. And then the shocking thing was he just stood up and pointed at the building and started shouting that there were like ghosts and shit there, and he knows because he used to live in that dorm or something. And then he just walked on, and he just went back home. You know, I don't know, maybe he is protecting us, or maybe he's losing his marbles, and a year from now I'll hear about someone with a sword attacking someone on campus. I don't know.
Do you think he was a student?
Yeah, he was about the right age, I'd say. And he walked into like another student living area, but he definitely had the off vibe to him. And when I spoke to the people who he shouted at, they didn't really catch any meaning from what he was spewing. So I don't think he was well, if I'm being honest. And maybe I should have done something more about that. But
that is a sort of disquieting occurrence, a katana-wielding crazy person on campus.
Yeah.
Well, maybe just LARPing, maybe just having a grand old time.
See, I feel like if that were the case, it would have felt a bit different, you know? Like, it was definitely, I was following this guy out of like a sense of excitement, but also fear. So he seems like the type that would, it's the kind of, I guess, losing that sort of hold on reality sort of vibe that you can just kind of pick up on, you know?
All right, boys, any final spooky stories you want to share, or opinions on what we're talking about on this stream? Or shall I move right along?
Goatmen are real, and stay out of the mountains alone.
Goatmen, mountains, bad.
All these basics is actually...
Yeah. Now, I personally wouldn't worry about skinwalkers. Just, wouldn't worry about it.
So you say, because you're a fucking skinwalker.
No, I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, right. Jesus.
Wouldn't worry about it.
How dare you try to lull the viewers into a false sense of security.
I just wouldn't worry about it.
Now it's going to keep me up at night. Thanks.
All right.
Don't worry about it.
Boys, I'll be back at the end of the show. Thank you for telling me these little stories here. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Later.
Okay. Good. This Teratoma posted this image here. This is Kyle Odom and this on the right is his own drawing of what the Martians look like, and they look intense. He described them as Muppet-like, I think. So like that's a purposeful direction they took this drawing in. Okay.
Call from
Joey.
Hey, what's going on?
Sup, dude? Let's this time not do 40 minutes.
Well, I try to annotate it a little bit.
All right,
well,
good.
you know, I was listening to the whole spooky theme, and I usually try to stay away from spooky shit, but in particular, there's some like legends around the town that I live in currently. Like, there's like these like stilt houses about these houses that are on stilts that are in on the floodplain. And they'll like, if you go down on their land, they'll like chase you with fucking four-wheelers, and used to be like a KKK fucking thing. Anyway, so if you keep going towards like where we have two prisons, like there's like this hill, this huge, I mean, it's impossibly huge hill that you can barely drive up it with a normal car, that apparently some kids died on one year. And like if you go to a certain part of the hill and you park, it's flat, and like you can get out of your car and like it doesn't move, but it'll start like if you go around to the back of the of your car and like look at the trunk, it'll have like these fingerprints, and if you get back in the car, it'll start moving up the hill because the kids are trying to push the car back, and like apparently there was like this whole crazy fucking haunted stories. Anyway, my drug dealer from that lives around here like made up like, or at least has all these old fucking crazy like folk stories. Also, there's like this old lady that lives on a back road that eats fucking like raccoons and shit, and like she lives in this open trailer and shit, and you're like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fucking stop there, you keep driving past. And it kind of reminded me of your story about the Turk man. Like there was like a druid here too, like he like wore like full green garb, kind of looked like Link or something.
What is a druid? Is that like a pagan?
I guess they called him a druid. I don't know if he was actually a druid. I never met the guy, but I never got the sense alignment or anything on him. But it is pretty terrifying sometimes to like see people that are a little crazy, or at least seem crazy. But I don't know, like it.
This is all on this hill, this particular hill.
No, not on but this whole area, is fucking creepy, man. There's like mines, there's strip mines that like open up and shit, like or like have these secret fucking entrances to. Like there's like, dude, it's fucking it's like a ghost. It's like a ghost town pretty close by too. Like it's if you drive through it, like you can tell like there are people that are kind of living there. It's almost like Slab City, if you ever heard of Slab City. It's like there's just no laws, so there's just shit you can. It's kind of like Fallout.
Okay.
Just wanted to live in Fallout for a little while. I don't know.
You gotta imagine in like mines and shit, like probably plenty of people died up in there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Before their time.
Like haunted treasure shit, like haunted ore. Like they found the mother lode, and then as they were excited, they tripped over the explosive and buried themselves alive, and they're.
Hey, do you think that's something that like what you're talking about there? So it sort of reminds me of like cursed treasure or something, where it's like part of what makes it cursed is just like you lose a frame of mind once you see it, and it instantly your greed takes over, and you become unaware of your own personal safety.
It's like in Aladdin when he's going to take the jewel. He's like fucking Abu or whatever, or Apu or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know.
The monkey?
Yeah, when
Apu.
he's looking at the fucking Apu. Okay, I wasn't sure.
I know this
Thank you.
shit. I know
Thank
this
you.
monkey shit.
It's
like
good to have
the back
people
of
that
my-
are, on top of that shit.
Yeah, that's what my job is here. I'm the fact checker when it comes to monkeys with names.
Anyway, I'm sure there's people with more spooky shit than me. I mean, I'm not gonna, take up your airwaves too long. Great show. Happy Friday the 13th.
Hey, wait,
Let's
I'm not banishing you just yet.
Oh, well,
I was just saying. We did 40 minutes last time. That's unheard of.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I was just jumping the gun. Like, you're great, man. Like, you're good.
Thank you, man.
These
But
days
hey,
it's all gonna be like-
Okay, so you got some spooky shit going on in your area.
Yeah,
Wait, you're in the south somewhere. I'm imagining, eh?
It's like I'm in the middle, the smack dab, like a little south. Yeah.
So it's
And
like lots of countryside.
Yeah, a lot of rural areas, a lot of crackheads, or not meth heads,
Right.
and some crackheads. Actually, cocaine and crack are all very, very common in like bars. I didn't know it was like that. Like it's just like you can go any bar in the world, seems like, or at least in this area, and you can fucking find some cocaine. That's fucking horrible. It's horrible. Anyway.
I wonder if like as the general addictive substance thing shifts, like I feel like we are going through a shift from like crack and coke to like opiates and stuff, which
Straight
have
up
totally
meth
different effect.
and
Like
yeah.
it's easy. Like you can imagine, crackheads are scary to anybody because they're just like they are. They fucking skitter around and they, it's like you can never get a clear look at them. Whereas like people on opiates are like entirely immobile. They're less scary.
I think the people that are going to start frightening us are like once like kind of they start releasing these new DMT like drugs that are like there's this new thing they're making like new DMT that like doesn't have the same kind of like issues getting into your system or something like that. Anyway, they've made this crazy new one, but I'm thinking that shit's going to start taking people's souls, and like I think the real problem now is like existential horror, like people going into their own minds and like they're going to get lost in these fucking labyrinths of terror, or like there's going to be languages that are spreading from the AI that can like gather infinite like people, like basically it would be like this it would be this language that can be downloaded into people's minds just by experiencing it, because it's perfectly suited to serve the purposes of thought in a certain particular way, and it would basically start taking over multiple people. Like I had this fucking crazy dream really recently. It was like I called it Phobos, or my friend once I described it was Phobos, but basically it was like this fucking shape-shifting entity that was like walking through people, and it could like omnipotently sense their fears and their like all of their different their memories and stuff, and it knew them as if it were them. It could like control their ego, but it wasn't. It was them and not them. And it was like it could only move from one person to the next, but it never really reached the point where it could like spread into multiple people before I woke up. But I don't know. Anyway, it was like fear itself, like manifesting on Earth or something one night, and I was just like, oh my god, like I was like, oh shit, it's coming, guys, it's coming.
Do you think of fear as like something that is external?
It can be. I think it can manifest, and I think probably just from that kind of mythos, that from my own dream, I would say that would be an instance of possibly an external type of fear, something that can inflict it, something
But even
that knows
like
you
the way
and
you're
mirrors it.
the way you're describing it, like it does sound like it's something that starts outside of someone, and then once it gets into someone, it's able to infect others. But like,
Hijack,
isn't it just as likely that it just starts in someone and then it's able to infect others from within someone? Like, what's
Absolutely, I think it's totally possible. I think that's kind of where you really hit the nail on the head of like most, like I would forgive my term, but schizophrenic people would come down philosophically on whether or not it's external or internal what they're experiencing. and whether or not it's true or false. I think that's like the key of that kind of argument, whether or not what we are experiencing can be even influenced by anything from the outside, even on a very direct basis.
Do you think that's
sorry? I didn't mean to
well?
jump off on that.
I'm trying to interpret what you're saying here, but do you think this is my interpretation of what you're saying? Is that the key difference between someone who's schizophrenic and someone who's not is just that someone who is schizophrenic believes that the voices in their head are coming from somewhere else, whereas someone who's
exactly.
not
They don't know. They can't recognize themselves.
Because I had this thought once, and I was thinking to myself a few years ago, like, really trying to wrap my head around what it is that those people with those very serious mental illnesses are actually going through and how it differs from me. And I was thinking to myself, well, I guess I don't really know because, I don't hear voices in my head, and I've never heard a voice in my head. But then, I realized as soon as I said that, I'm hearing a voice in my head right now. I'm talking to myself
It's
in
just
my head.
you control, right?
But I know that it's my brain or whatever. I'm not scared by it or think that there's some sort of malicious thing. Or if I do have malicious thoughts, it's
You keep yourself safe from them.
well,
That's
I
the
know,
thing.
I know
That's
that,
like the-
I know that they're not. It's not some other entity, or at least I don't believe that it is some other entity that's forcing me to think a certain way. I feel responsible for all the voices in my head, but there is a constant, conversation in my head. There are at least
make
two
sound.
versions of me that are always at
Model
odds with each
images,
other.
shit.
Sorry, go on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. But you can model images and you can imagine things. You can basically control that world. But it seems like they have a world that's similar, but it's not under their control. Like the arbiter system that controls their brain has gone kind of haywire and says, "Fuck that! I'm going to do what I want to do." And if you're terrified of what I'm seeing, then that's just because that's what I'm seeing. It's not. So they might actually have a higher sense of what's actually going on, the disorder that it seems to be in when we look at the universe, with physics, how many layers of abstraction we have to dig down. It's probably we're digging through some weird shit we can't even see,
Mm-hmm.
These people might actually be seeing these things and they might even all be right, even though each of them have a different perception of it. It could very well be that each individual one has, because of its pattern itself, a real conduit to a different type of perception than what we're accustomed to. I just think it's just one different lens.
I have a similar feeling where I think that people like that are hypersensitive to their environment and maybe a little too trusting of their interpretation. We all have an interpretation of stimulus in our environment, but I think maybe a lot of people have a healthy feeling of I could be wrong about each little change I'm feeling in the environment, whereas people who are having issues with that might, I'm speaking out of my ass, I've never, I don't know, but but it feels like they might be a little too trusting, and it might be because it's feeling external. You can trust someone who's not your own self. If it's someone else giving you advice that's beyond you, that's external to you, it feels like they might know more than you do, but really you only know as much as you know.
Right. That's the terrifying thing of it. I mean, it's how we're all coping with how we even connect with the world, let alone whether or not we can actually do it. Who's right? Who the fuck is right? That's the existentialism is the real terror. Of course, the only escape from that is God, but nihilism is horrific. Anyway, the subject should be more back on Friday the 13th. I don't want to bore the shit out of everybody with this,
Well, hey, where does God come into it then? Does God make you more or less terrified of these things?
I think you should both fear God and respect that it exists, or whatever.
She?
Yeah. They, the many, one God thing that is both.
Please call God only her. That's the only way I can respect God.
But no, I mean, like, that's some terrifying shit, you know, that we're even extant, and that would, I mean, such a thing would be probably the most terrifying thing we could possibly imagine. I mean, an omnipotent entity, a literally omnipotent entity that knows everything about everybody and is watching all this shit and making it all happen. That's pretty horrific. I mean, if it's remotely true, it's like
it's pretty nice of or coincidental of religions to say that God is like loving and benevolent and caring, and rather than being just totally neutral and impassive and unfeeling.
Yeah. I mean, that's I don't know. I mean, it does seem like if the thing is there, it's not impassive though. I don't know. I don't feel like it is impassive for some reason, but that might just be
What do you mean?
layers of abstraction.
Well, go on. Do you think? I mean, if you had to be a god and you just created a world and you were a fucking awesome, all-powerful being, do you think that it would be within your purview to pay attention and care about the minutia of the world, or would you just be like,
hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
If I have the mind for it, why not? You know, I mean, like, I'm not going to do that all the time. You know, maybe, or like part of me. You know, I might have part of me taking care of that shit.
Yeah.
You know, I split myself up. You know, and litigate or not litigate. What's the delegate? Delegate. Yeah.
To who? To whom?
Myself,
Oh,
but
I
like
see.
different iterations of myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not like, I mean, what about like the feeling of like when we make games, like world building games, like let's say Civilization. I love playing Civilization because I do the exact same thing every time I play. I play for 20 or 30 hours in a playthrough. I build up my civilization, all just for the moment where I can get nukes and destroy the rest of the world. That's the only thing that I'm working towards. It's just like finally, I could just destroy everything.
Why? What the hell kind of a philosophical?
Because what else am I gonna do? Just play forever? Like, I'm gonna get bored. I get bored. I just want to fucking destroy everybody at some point.
Start a new one.
Exactly. Just make a new one.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, eventually that gets boring though. That's I don't know. There must be some balance there though between like keeping everything going and then like having to start over. Like, I don't know. There's just. Are we talking about like how to run the universe or something? Like,
Yeah,
we're
getting a little off.
Weird ass
Getting a little
conversations.
off subject.
Yeah. It's probably my fault. It's my fault. I always go into this big brain shit.
No, I
even though
brought up Civilization. That's my bad. All right, Hey Joey, thank you for calling in. Thank you for doing your best to keep us on subject.
Thank you for having me, man.
Have a
Happy
great
Friday.
weekend, dude.
Yep, you too.
All right, bye. I'm not the only person who does that. No way. That's my only joy of Civilization. It's like become the best and then destroy the rest. Including myself, because it's like you destroy all the natural resources when you nuke everybody.
Call from
Beckett.
Beckett?
Oh my God, no free praise. It's still you?
Yo, dude, what's up, dude?
Oh, this is so crazy, man. Oh, I'm ahead because there's a lag on the thing.
What?
Oh, wow. Oh, sorry. I'm watching the stream.
You can hear me?
Are you in the? Hello.
You hear that?
Can I hear you? I can hear you. Can you hear me there?
Yeah, dude, I can hear you.
All right. How you doing, man? Oh, it's such an honor to talk to you. It's been such a great stream. I've been following, talking to all the people in chat and stuff.
It's an honor to talk to you, Beckett. At you.
Thank you, man. Hey, I've been around. My friend and I love your stuff. We love. We discovered one of your things from like Judgment like a long time ago.
Oh, thank you.
And we just would love your stuff. So I do have some spooky stuff. But before that, I was wondering, can I just say something real quick? I think you did so well, and I want this to stick. And you're great, and you do everything right, and we all had fun. and it's all been worth it, okay? You're strong as an ox. Your dad called, and he's proud of you. No turning back. This is what you want. And I think you look nice. And that's a good thing.
Dude, what are the chords?
I'm playing E minor and A and just messing around with that.
All right, good. I never learned that. Now I can do that.
It's E minor and A, and then it goes up into like F minor for a second, but the big finale is like the and then it gets cut off.
Wait, which one's that?
Yeah.
Is that A?
That was a C. That's a big old C at the end of it.
All right. Nice. Well,
anyway.
Thank you very much for that tribute. That was beautiful. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it applies. It's applied to me. It's it's just super inspirational from you. So I thought I could turn your old. Yes,
felt
absolutely.
Personally encouraged. Nice.
Yes, I mean I'm not saying necessarily that when I was having sex I heard your voice, but I am going to say that your content did lead me to sex. You know, you can lead a mule to water. I'm kidding.
I was about to say.
Totally kidding.
My content hasn't even led me to sex. I'd be pretty friggin' pissed if it was leading someone else to sex. I mean, goddamn.
Well, I do have some spooky stuff. I'm not just calling in here to, make a big vanity project for playing a guitar and all that shit. So would you rather hear a personal story or like one of the more like folklore story that you guys are talking about? It's more like a local, like all of the town I'm from sort of thing.
I feel like I'm gonna want to hear both. Start us off with the one you want. It's up to you.
All right, I'll hit you with the personal one first. So I used to have these cats, Storm and Trooper. And they were like Star Wars, I got them when I was in first grade, so I was real clever back then. But so Trooper, right? He was always like exploring, and he's always very loud and feisty, and he would follow you around and talk to you and all that stuff. And Storm is very, very shy and very quiet. And this is like 2012 maybe. But anyway, it was a really windy. Like really windy, week. I don't know. This happened over a couple of days. Okay. But what happened was, at first, my cat, like we were looking for him. We didn't know where he was, and it was weird because we were like, okay, well, I guess he's just like out of the house or something, right? And then we found him outside, and we brought him back in, and he was acting really weird. Like he wasn't acting like himself at all. Like it was like he'd been spooked. Like he was like. He was just like hiding under stuff, and he was just like all over the place. And it was like we were like, wow, I wonder what happened to him. And the day after that, my parents leave to go like on a date, like they're going like out for dinner or whatever. So I'm home alone, and I was like 12 or 11 or whatever at the time. And I hear this like really sketchy noise coming from like our porch door, which is like really like that's like a really weird place for someone to like break in. Like that's like at the house we were in at the time, that would have been the place to break in, was like the porch door. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, oh my! It sounds like someone is like rattling the door. Mm. And I was just like, oh my god! And so I called my dad, and because I just got my cell phone, so I called my dad, and I was like, I think someone's trying to break in. I don't know what it is, because when you have cats, there's that thing where it's like, oh well, I guess like if I hear a weird noise, it's just the cat, like it's just the and you have that sense of security. So if something's haunted and it falls over, you're just like, oh, it's fine. It was probably just the cat, even if there's. But Trooper was right there with me, and he was the only one who would make that kind of noise. So I was like, well, shit, like that's not good. Like this has got to be. And my dad I called my dad, and he was like, oh, you got to go get the bat from under the bed and go hide in the bathroom, and we're coming home from the restaurant. And I was literally like shitting myself and like reverting to Christianity and all this stuff. Like it was really not a good time. But then everything is like I stopped hearing the rattling. And I start hearing this meowing, right? And it's not from Trooper, who's right next to me, and it's not from Storm either, because it's still windy outside and Storm's hiding under the bed. It's like meowing from the door. So I go over to the door, and it's Trooper on the other side of the door, outside. we'd brought in the wrong cat.
Oh,
and there was this other black cat. That's why he was acting. I was like, fuck. I noticed immediately, and he was like, it was totally the right one outside. Like he was like yelling, and he was like, what the fuck? Let me in. Like I've been out here for like 24 hours now. Like what the hell is wrong with you people? And I got a picture. I got a picture of the one that was in our house looking at the one outside of the house. And it's this totally like spooky cat picture. But I let the one inside out, and then the trooper like through the back door, and then I let Trooper back in, and that was it.
Dude, that's great. So you were being haunted, like the caller was inside the house the whole time. The bad guy was.
Yeah, that's literally. The scary thing is, like, could you imagine that on like a horror story from where it's like I bring in like the wrong person, like the Skinwalker stuff you guys were talking about, where like we think someone's breaking in, but then all along it was like, you know, like that, like the person, like someone who like is a clone or something, you know, like there's totally like material there for like an actual scary story or some shit. But it was whack.
I like that. Hey, do you ever read those? You ever read those scary stories with those spooky illustrations? They have like that,
like with the cat with the eye gouged out.
Yeah, dude, and like
yeah, that looks fucking scary. Yeah,
love that shit. Love that shit. Man. When I was growing up, I love all those little short story things, the spooky short stories. But that is a good one. You've got the wrong one inside with you the whole time. It would be spookier if
it's a lot like the you're right. It's like the callers coming from inside the house. It's like
exactly.
It's like that sort of thing.
It's like that thing, that one where it's like the clown statue or something. And like it's like the lady babysitting calls up the parents like, you know, everything's fine, but your clown statue's really scary. And they're like, lady, we don't have a clown statue. Are you fucking nuts?
No, yeah, your life-size doll of like your life-size like walking, talking robot that looks like Dick Van Dyke is actually like he's like. I thought you said he wouldn't move around.
No,
I didn't say I had that.
I don't like this guy one bit. He keeps asking me for terrible things. He keeps telling me I should undress slowly.
Yeah, and like we look back at the note that we gave out for like the babysitter or whatever, and it's like scrawled at the bottom like really ugly like, also we have a Dick Van Dyke. That's not my handwriting. What the hell is this?
Don't mind the Dick Van Dyke animatronic.
It's from Five Nights at Freddy's. No, literally, yeah.
All right, so tell me about the local legend then, yeah.
Yeah, so St. Louis, right? Again, where is that? Yeah, St. Louis. That's where this is all these stories take place. Oh, good old Misery. Yep, Misery business. Mm-hmm. And so so there's a couple urban legends. There's one that I actually didn't hear about until I heard about it like from these guys on Sleepycast, which is nuts. I didn't know that Corey Spaz Kid from Sleepy, the animator. I didn't know that he was from like Florissant, Ferguson, like St. Louis area. He talked about.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
He talked about that.
What is a Sleepycast? This is.
Yeah, sorry. This is this other group of people online. But like Zach Psychic Pebbles and Oni Plays and all these like old like Newgrounds creators like animators, and stuff like that. But I was listening to their podcast and he was talking about how he's from St. Louis and there's like these like water people that he talks about, which are basically just people in St. Louis who like drink like the shitty poisoned water that we have, because we have some gross water in St. Louis because it's probably from the Mississippi. But there's a couple places, like the different parts of the town, where you just kind of don't want to drink the tap water. Columbia's like that too, actually, in Columbia, Missouri.
Okay.
But it's like if you drink the water, then like you just fucking become this incorrigible, like subhuman, like sort of like very like. Have you seen that Fish People video from YouTube from like 14 years ago?
No.
It's like that.
No.
Like just like really, really like. Really strange and sort of like unicellular, and I totally got what he was talking about, but I heard about it from him, so that was weird. But that's not the one I wanted to talk about. Sorry. The real one is the Bubbleheads. You've heard of the Bubbleheads in St. Louis?
No.
So the Bubbleheads are like this thing that I've been hearing about for a while, and there's like this road, and I've been down the road once. I didn't see no Bubbleheads, but there's this like legend about this like weird family of people that were like placed out on this like road by the government, like, and like compensated for whatever it was that happened to them that caused them to have these like really strangely large heads, and they're called like the bubble heads. And there's totally like if you talk to a bunch of different people from St. Louis and just like look at St. Louis stuff, there's because I was looking into this, like, oh wow, this is kind of weird. There's actually like a lot of different anecdotes about this, and it's not even like the kind of like, oh, and then they came out to me and they killed me. You know, it's not even like anything extreme. It's just like, oh wow, I guess there might actually be a family with weird shaped heads, and people have seen them before, and now there's an urban legend about them.
Dude,
so
just
it's one of those like
freaks.
realer ones.
Just regular freaks.
Yeah, but there's like a road that this house is on, and that's like pretty much where the bubblehead people come from or whatever. But I've heard a lot about that sort of thing, and I haven't actually been over there. But that's like if you're looking for urban legends, like you guys are talking about, that's like it's not even really like. And he had a personal vendetta because he hated the fucking scrubbing bubble guys that watched him in the shower and they turned into bubble. No, it's just like there's probably some weird head motherfuckers who live in St. Louis.
You got to follow up on this. You got to harass these deformed family for journalistic, purposes. Say, what the hell's going on with the bubble? Where'd your freaking bubbleheads come from? We don't like this. We're trying to get to the bottom of this.
I need you to what soap do you use? Like what conditioner are you on?
Yeah,
that's the first line of questioning.
You gotta get it to the bottom for like public health, public safety. We don't want to be bubble people.
We don't need any more of that in this fine desolate land. We don't need any more bubble heads. Okay.
All right, hey man, thank you for calling in. Thanks for telling me these stories.
Yeah, thanks so much for putting out all the great stuff you've done. It's been great talking to you. You're super sick. Keep being cool. Keep on putting out great stuff. You're a big inspiration, and I hope that you keep it up. I hope you don't go sour and turn bad because you haven't so far, and I'm still enjoying it. So don't do that.
All right. That's my fucking mission to not turn sour and be bad.
Yeah, don't do that.
All right.
You're turned fermented, as they say earlier in the stream. Okay. Yeah, you're great. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
for
man.
talking. It's good talking to you.
Have a
good rest of the stream. Yeah.
All right. See
you too, man.
I'm gonna be completely honest, 100% honest right now because I have to be. I have to be honest. I pissed into a cup while that call was going on. I don't know if you could hear it, but I had to piss so bad. I couldn't wait. I have a cup now full of hot urine. It's very warm. Doesn't even smell bad because I'm so well hydrated right now. Okay, but the point is I'm going to take a break right now so I can finish off this piss because one cup is not enough. And I just had to tell you. I just had to be honest because it's full honesty. It's not that I wasn't paying attention to the call, but there was 10 seconds where I had to just... It just had to happen. I'm sorry to everyone. I apologize. Shouldn't have even said it. I shouldn't have. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break now. Last break of the show. When we come back, we'll do one more hour. That'll be the end of the show. Very good. Very good. Very, 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 very good. The music for the rest of the show here is from Full Awful. The links to their music are in the video description. Earlier we were listening to Spz, and their links are in there as well. I'm sorry I told you about the piss. I take it back. Honestly, take it back. It never happened. All right, let's just pretend it never happened. But good. Be back in a few minutes here.
motion turns on lights. I freeze just like a deer. You look at me and say, what are you doing here? My blood starts to pump. I turn to look hurt your ear, but I shouldn't ask you out. I blame it on the fear.
I was watching like a thing the other day about their models and stuff that they made. It's really cool.
Huh? What?
Huh? Oh, you
What
scared
model?
us.
What the hell are you talking about in here? What the hell is going on?
Some spooky shit. You wouldn't, you wouldn't get it.
No, tell me.
That was pretty
You're,
spooky.
you're living the good life. Nothing's spooky to you.
No, that's the point of the stream. I want to hear about the spooky shit. Don't give me the silent treatment, boys, you motherfuckers.
okay,
God
okay.
damn it. All right, go ahead.
Well,
Moxie.
I guess I can talk about one thing from when I was young, a local paranormal thing. Well, there was a couple, but like the one that I knew over in San Jose, California, Hicks Road. There's Hicks Road. It goes up into the mountains. It's very sparse, trees all over, up into like the Santa Cruz Mountains, and there was a legend of a satanic albino cult up there. And like I've heard conflicting, like I've heard that they stole somebody's poodle. I heard something about like they raised violent rabid poodles. Like it was a big thing. Like everyone in the local high schools knew about it, and they would drive up there at night and they would get all spooked. But then there was also like people were like, oh yeah, Hicks Road, but really it was up Reynolds Road from what I heard, which is off of Hicks Road, and it dead ends like in the heart of the mountain, and like they don't like you going up there, and people get pissed off. Me and my buddies, we used to go up there. We used to park at the bottom of the mountain. We would walk up the road. There's no sidewalks. We'd have to walk up the middle of the road at night and run off to the side whenever cars would come by so that, we didn't get hit. You just like look out for their headlights. And we would hike up this road. It was probably like 4 or 5 miles to get up to where the reservoir was, which was also a great place to burn Christmas trees. We did that at the reservoir. Get like a dozen trees off the road and burn them there. But yeah.
In this scenario, are you just going up this road solely for the haunted story? You're trying to seek out these people?
It's fun to go up there at night because it is dark. There's no lights. There's, no sidewalk. You're in the middle of the forest. There will be like turkeys up in the trees that will gobble out of nowhere and freak you out. But like the whole thing was like to walk up to the reservoir where there's the water there, and then there's a bunch of trails. And then actually you could get on the trails there and get into the backside of the local dump. And you'd have to avoid the wild pigs. Like they loved the dump, of course, but you could go into the dump at night, and it had one of the best views of the city from the dump. But yeah, the whole reason to go up there would to be let's hike up at night, get on the trails, or you can just like go off the road and hike straight up the mountain and hope that you find a trail, or you end up sleeping in a field up there. It's just something to do. I never came across any albinos. I went up there a lot. But I think I probably scared people sometimes because we'd walk on the road there at night. And then if we saw a car coming in the distance, the headlights would go off to the side, and just got a bunch of pale white guys on the side of the road just standing there.
It's horrifying.
They thought you were the satanic albinos.
Yeah, because I'm a very, very pale Indian.
Oh yeah. Indian, like an indigenous. You had some relatives who were indigenous and also had sex with pale foreigners.
Everyone wants to have sex with pale foreigners.
So you're just going up there for fun. You're just going up because it's a
Just
good time
fun
to get a
and
little,
exercise,
and you
and
get a
we
good
knew the
view.
legend. So it was like, hey, let's do two birds with one stone. We'll go up and we'll get all spooked and we'll be fun, but we'll also hike like 8 miles. It'll be good.
But you never encountered anything. You were the thing to be feared.
Yeah, I perpetuated everything. I just went up there to burn Christmas trees and go hiking and sneak into the dump and nothing nefarious, okay?
It does sound satanic. You're going up there, you and your pale friends, to burn your Christmas trees. Who burns Christmas trees? What are you even talking about?
Okay, well, first of all, Christmas trees burn really, really hot and fast. And after Christmas, everybody like just throws their tree out on the side of the road to be collected.
Yeah.
So we go with a pickup truck and we'd pick up like 12 to 15 trees and then drive up there, pile them up at the foot of the dam if it was dry in the dirt there and dirt in the rock near the water. Totally safe. We're not going to burn down California. And then we just light them up and have a huge bonfire, and it would last maybe 15, 20 minutes. And then we were familiar with the area, so we knew like where to run if anyone showed up. We could run we could go up the trail and into the backside of the dump, dodging all the pigs. We'd go further up the road. We could like hide in some bushes. Like we had everything figured out, but we never saw any albinos. Never. Went up there at night all the time.
The pigs are like attracted to the dump, not the fire.
Yeah, I mean, why would a pig be attracted to fire? Come on.
I don't know. Why I'm attracted to fire, and I'm disgusting like a pig. Why not?
Yeah, okay. Pigs like fire. You convinced me.
Good. Thank God. All right. So you were the problem. You were the problem.
Yeah, on Hicks Road. I mean, I never went up Reynolds Road, so there might actually be a satanic cult of albinos with their little pink-eyed demonic poodles or whatever the shit it was.
Who is spreading that rumor? Where did you hear that?
I heard it from my siblings who heard it from the high school. It's just like local legend, along with one of the movie theaters where that was supposed to be haunted by a ghost, and like a noose would keep showing up and shit like
Definitely.
that. But like that got torn down, so that legend is gone. But Hicks Road lives on.
How did the poodles play into this? What was the significance of the poodles to these albinos? Was that established?
I guess probably just ferocious poodles are so like that's not what you think of when you think of a poodle. So maybe it's just like supposed to be more scary to have a ferocious little rabid poodle that's like ripping your face off. I don't know. I only heard about the poodles once or twice, but it was something that kept, I heard about it from more than one source. It was like, well, I guess poodles are a thing.
So they were
just about confirms it.
They were able to even taint the poodles. It wasn't like they had known upsetting dogs like pit bulls or Rottweilers. It was like even the blessed poodle they were able to turn into their satanic albino ways.
Yeah, of course. Like it was like either poodles or chihuahuas, and you don't mess with the chihuahuas in California because you'll get shot
by the chihuahua.
By the people who love chihuahuas.
Is that a problem? That's like they have more intense ownership. Is it like I always think of Paris Hilton as the sort of person who owns a chihuahua, and I don't think of her as shooting anybody.
Those are the designer chihuahuas. I'm talking about normal chihuahuas owned by the common folk. The common folk of California.
See, these are the gun statistics that people don't talk about, is the gun owners that own chihuahuas.
That's right.
This is the heart of the problem.
They'll mess you up. They'll drink their Tecate and they'll shoot you down.
10% of gun deaths are by 80% of Chihuahua owners, or something like that. It's the FBI, the banned FBI statistics.
It's because they need guns, because Chihuahuas aren't going to do jack shit when someone's breaking in.
I like that we're talking about something that's like actually spooky, like gun violence. That like really, that's some spooky shit right here. This is getting real.
I don't know. I think Chihuahuas are probably leaning more heavily on the scary side than gun violence. I mean, I own a Chihuahua, so I would know.
It does sound like some sort of, like if I was just a wandering fellow, I would think that Moxie and his crew are up to some sort of cult shit. They go around, they gather all the discarded Christmas trees, and then they go up this spooky mountain to burn them all and obviously do some sort of devilish dance around the fire and summon some sort of crazy demon.
It's definitely ritualistic.
I can't remember. I think there's like an H.P. Lovecraft short story, which is pretty similar. I think it's the Dunwich Horror or something. There's something which has something to do with albinos. I feel like that's probably like some high schoolers read the Dunwich Horror and then just went, yeah, Hicks Road, like the first road up into the mountains, which are spooky. That happens up there.
Same thing. All right, good. That's a good local legend. You were the legend. You keep it going.
I did my part.
Took up the mantle.
All right, good boys. Any final words here?
Oh, okay. To add a little bit more to that, there was one time I went up there when my army brother was visiting. There was 4 of us walking up the road. For some reason, he wanted to bring his machete with him. So that one time, if people were driving by, there would be 4 people in the bushes, one of them holding a machete. And he is a big white ginger head sort of fella. So that would definitely add to it as well.
Was he bringing it for the pigs or for the brush or just for his own comfort?
For fun. I mean, like we were kind of like a machete bunch. My buddy had like 3 machetes in his truck, and my brother, like, we've always liked machetes. I had one in my back shed when I was 2 in our back shed when I was a kid. They were always around. And it was like, hey, we're gonna go up to the albino area. Ooh, let me bring my machete. Yeah, that sort of thing.
Does that continue to this day? Do you have a machete around?
I have an axe now. I have a hatchet I keep next to my bed.
Next to your bed?
Yeah, why not?
You don't keep weapons next to your place of sleep? So that's a risky move right there.
I feel very safe out in the suburbs of upstate New York. I leave the door unlocked. I don't think anybody's coming to harm me.
Oh,
Not even the Jersey Devil? The Jersey Devil, that's New York, right?
Isn't
Better watch out.
I thought that was a hockey team.
Ooh.
I mean, who could say? I'm sure the hockey team doesn't want too good of you either.
Yeah, but they're not gonna just invade random houses in the suburbs to gain their revenge every time they lose. God, I hope not.
Just sleep with one eye open.
Clearly, I wouldn't be ready. I would not be prepared if a home invader came. Moxie, did you have any sort of any sort of personal paranormal experience where maybe you saw something inexplicable? You didn't necessarily identify it as that's definitely an apparition, but just something happened to you that you couldn't explain.
Well, there's really nothing which can't be explained by like sleep paralysis and shit like that, which I've had. So like yeah, I've hallucinated things, I've seen things, but I just go, oh well, that's not a ghost. That's my brain getting all messed up right now.
It's always while you're asleep or half asleep, you're in that state.
Yeah, it's never like middle of the day sort of shit. It's always like if I'm like super sick or like I've been working a shit ton and I have had barely any sleep, or like it's always those situations, or like waking up in the middle of the night with a sleep paralysis sort of thing. It's like okay, this can explain it, and then I just don't worry about it. I just try to get to sleep.
Even when you were a kid, Like did you have sleep paralysis stuff when you were a kid? You talked about that a little bit like a few streams ago, but was that when you were a kid or more recent?
Mostly around the turn of adulthood, but like there were times when I was sick or sleep deprived where things would happen, and I knew about sleep paralysis, and I knew about like like I've been on road trips before where like I was driving for so long that like in the peripheral vision I would like see spiders climbing all over the roof of my car, and I go, okay, I need to like pull off and sleep. It's just something that happens, where like that you're sleep deprived and it's messing with you, so you go, okay, okay, I need some sleep, and that explains it. You don't even think about it.
Right. Dude, I don't ever allow myself to get so sleep deprived. I'm always full of sleep. I always get a great night's sleep. And if I get tired, I just take a little nap, a little cat nap.
Must be so nice being an artist on the internet.
It's honestly great. Never get any sort of crazy hallucinations. I never have to question whether I'm going insane. But you don't either. You automatically chalk it up to sleep deprivation. What if we should?
Yeah, it's nice. Like it literally anything could happen. I could just go, oh shit, I need sleep. My brain's getting stupid. I could like an alien could come like tomorrow and start talking to me, be like, hey, you want $1 million? Like, shut up. I'm going to bed. This little pink piece of shit.
What a pain in the ass. We can't even if like a whole group of us tried to like gaslight you into making you crazy, you're impenetrable. You would just be like, I guess it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, it's time to lock my door and lay down next to my hatchet. I need some sleep.
All right. Well, that's good. Good for you. Good for you, Moxie. We can't make you crazy. We could try. Would you be down for that? For us to try?
Yeah, if you want me to go to bed.
This is all just going to be a ploy to get you some more sleep.
All right. Okay, boys. It's good talking to you.
Yeah.
Good talking to you.
All right, good. That's enough. That's enough. Good enough. Let me fucking turn off Do Not Disturb mode. All right, we're doing one last round of calls now. The number is on the screen. It's 518-288-7938, and we're back.
Call from.
Hey, it's Ethan.
What?
To accept, press 1.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What'd you say your name was?
My name's Ethan.
Oh, Ethan. How's it going, Ethan?
It's pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Loving every freaking second of existence.
Hell yeah, man.
That's normal,
Hell yeah.
right? That's not abnormal behavior, is it?
Nah.
You sure?
I think that's the type of behavior we should strive for.
I don't know. It seems unhealthy. I've been doing it for 5 seconds and it's already exhausting.
All right. Well, let me help you. Let me help you out.
Yeah,
so,
bring me down, Ethan.
I got some strong opinions about ghosts. All right.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
I think they aren't real. And you know what? I don't care who knows it.
Why? Why not?
Well, think about how many things have lived and died. How many people have lived and died? I did a little bit of searching around the internet, right? And I found somebody threw a figure out there. Like 108 billion people have died. And I think there's really no
1 million.
Yeah, I really don't think. I don't think there's any way to really know for sure how many people have died. But it's definitely in the billions, I would say.
Right,
definitely in the hundreds of billions.
Okay.
And how many of those people do you think died in a way that was tragic or traumatizing or horrible? If at least if only 1% of those people had died like that and became ghosts, we would be absolutely crawling with ghosts. There would be ghosts as soon as you walk out the door. There would be 5 ghosts in your house at any given time, all just making noise and talking shit at you and stuff.
But they might not be hanging around forever. I mean, isn't the idea that like they hang around for a while and then at some point somebody fucking sees them and is like, "What do you want, Ghost?" And he's like, "I need you to friggin' take a shit on this guy's porch." And he's like, I will do it. I will do it for you."
Yeah, well, I mean, how many of those ghosts maybe meet somebody who's willing to talk to them versus just get freaked the hell out and just run away or just never really engage with it? I don't know. Maybe there's no way to really put a figure on that, but
no. But let's continue this. This is we were talking with Toner earlier. He was saying that that it's not the unfinished business on the ghosts end. It's the people who have the intense remembrance or whatever. They've got the intense connection with the person who died. So then the idea would be that, once all those people died, then the ghost gets fucking sent away, goes somewhere else.
Yeah. The second death, as they call it, where everyone who knew who you were dies or stops talking about you.
Yes.
Then there's and I think left. In a way that could be interpreted as a ghost. I mean, but it's more of like a memory, really, because the ghosts. At least the type that people really talk about, they can interact with reality and cause things to happen at their own will. But like, what's keeping the ghost from like going down to a movie theater and just spending all their time watching movies all day and like keeping up with all of the current like pop culture and all the movies that are coming out and shit? That's what I would do. I'd be like, damn. I've been standing here for probably about 10 years trying to cope with my death. Maybe I should go and, get some fresh air. Go out and see what the rest of the world's doing.
Right, just out of boredom.
Yeah. So I mean, at some point, I'd be sitting there a long time and be like, God, maybe I'll never know. Maybe I'll never know why I died. Maybe I'll never be able to get over this. But maybe I'll just go and do something else. There's got to be at least some portion of ghosts that do that are just like
just hanging, just chilling.
They're just chilling out.
I mean, what about the idea that the ghosts don't have like a choice in the matter? If it really did come down to like people's memories, and if the people that you knew were like having this very strong emotional tie to you, and they were very unaccepting of your death. It's not really the ghost's choice to have those people around feeling that way.
Well, I mean, I really don't know because, I mean, I say ghosts. I don't think ghosts are real, and I've also never seen a ghost or had any sort of paranormal experience. But I mean, I have watched someone die before in real life. That was kind of creepy.
Tell us about that.
I was intending to bring this up. I guess we should get into it. So. This one time, I was at a local concert. It was a type of concert that it just happens in somebody's basement. A bunch of people show up, and they'll go. And I was getting hungry, so me and two guys that I had just met there all just carpooled in my car and went to this Walgreens. It was probably about like 5 minutes away from the show, between sets. And we pull into the parking lot, and there's just this, like, giant SUV that's running with the front door open, the front driver door open, and this lady is just laying there on the concrete, just looking up at the sky. And I was going to drive past, which I kind of feel bad for, but I was just like, I don't even want anything to do with this shit. But guy in the back seat was like, dude, is she okay? Like, we should go check on her. We should go see what's up. And I was like, all right. So I went in reverse, pulled back to it, and he gets out and he's like looking at her, and me and my buddy are still in the car, and he's like, dude, she's not moving. She's like not. I'm like, she's like waving his hand around in front of her face, and so we all get out, and I'm looking at her, and she's still got her eyes open, and she's just slightly moving, but like making this choking noise, just kind of lying there.
Oh.
So we called the police. We went inside the Walgreens and tried to get somebody to, like, anybody who knew CPR, because none of us did. One person came out, half-assedly tried to perform CPR and was just like, nothing's happening. I'm just going to not involve myself in this. So they left. A fire truck shows up. We wave him down. Then an ambulance shows up, and they, like, strap her into this. It's like this piston that just goes around your torso and just does chest compressions automatically, like really fucking hard. And she was just kind of ragdolling, basically, on this piston. It was not doing anything. And I'm pretty sure that she had overdosed on some sort of opiate. But by the time they had gotten there, she wasn't doing that choking sound anymore. She was literally just laying there, like no noise, no movement. It was kind of freaky. And I mean, I never really got to figure out any closure after that night, because I mean, they took her away in the ambulance, and then you're just like, well, shit, guess we're gonna get some snacks and go back to the show.
Right.
And yeah, I could never find the obituary. I think they told me her name was Elizabeth. And I mean, I was looking, we were all looking for several days after this happened, and none of us could find any entries in any local obituaries. So who knows? Who knows who that was? Who knows what happened to her?
You don't feel haunted by that at all?
Nah, I mean, I thought that it would mess me up a lot more, but I think the fact that I didn't actually know who this person was made it so that I didn't really feel as much of a loss as I would have if it was someone I didn't know. Now, I was still sad for a while after that. I mean, it was kind of messed up, but I mean, the two guys that I was with were actually both in a band called Soft Spot, and they actually wrote a song about that experience. I don't know if it's out yet, but it was called "Sorry We Missed Your Set. We Just Watched Somebody Die in a Walgreens Parking Lot."
Oh, seems fairly
yeah,
on
it
the
was.
nose. When did this happen?
This was probably, I want to say, June of 2019.
All right, fairly recent.
Oh yeah, I remember. It was my sister's birthday, June 1st. So
Dude, that's
yeah,
one
that was
day
an
away
interesting
from
time.
my sister's birthday.
Ah, no way.
It's fucked up.
Crazy.
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, I've never witnessed anyone dying like that before. I've seen family members like on their last legs, on their deathbed, but never seen just a random person like losing their life.
Yeah, it's not something that I would wish on anyone. It's not pleasant to watch. You feel like a sense of like, well, at least I did when I saw this happen. I felt the sense of like I need to do something. I have a responsibility to help this person and not die.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I didn't know CPR. I had absolutely no idea what to do. I just called 911 and kind of left it up to them.
Yeah. But so anyway,
yeah.
that's just something that happened. You don't think it's any lasting effect it's had on you is not spiritual, just maybe psychological?
Yeah, I mean, I tend not to talk to many people about it, because whenever I bring it up, they're just like, "Holy fucking shit, dude! Oh my god!"
Right.
And I'm like, "Yeah, it really didn't mess me up that much. Maybe that's weird. I don't know, but I just yeah, it was just something that happened, some crazy shit. I really wanted to go to the funeral though, but maybe it was for the best that I didn't.
It's interesting that you said that you were feeling like a sense of responsibility, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's care for your fellow human, you know? Like, I may not know who this person is. They may be a horrible person, but at the end of the day, I just found somebody dying in a parking lot that clearly needs help, you know? I felt like I needed to do something. We all did.
Did you know then, or did you find out like the issue was drugs or something like that?
No, but like when I described this, I told a lot of people about it, and when I described it to several people, they all were like, several of them were like, yeah, that sounds like an opiate overdose. Like describing, you know, the way her face looked and the sound she was making. And I mean, I was looking around in her car a little bit. Like I didn't like rummage through it or anything. I literally just looked inside. And I mean, there was what was obviously like several lighters. And I mean, she could just be a smoker. I don't know. But it seemed like the tattoos she had were like sort of seemed psychedelic in nature. It was very obvious to me, just kind of inferring that she's probably on some sort of drug.
So for you personally, do you view, let's say, like bad decisions, personal bad decisions that someone might have made? Like let's just recklessly assume that this was a drug thing, and that's like, you know, someone's personal responsibility of making bad decisions. Do you think of it that way, where it's like this internal thing, and people are sort of in that scenario responsible for their own death? Or do you think that there are external forces that tempt us, that are beyond what we can really perceive in reality? There are spiritual things that bring us to these precipices. What do you think?
Well, I'm going to give you the boring answer.
That's
it depends. And when I say it depends, I mean like the external kind of imperceptible type of things that could be influencing. I would say excluding like spiritual things. Yes, there are plenty of external factors that can contribute to somebody's addiction and subsequent overdose or death. But also internal factors. I mean, I take a bit of a holistic view on like the blame of drug overdoses and deaths, and just it's like the person has to have a certain upbringing and a certain attitude about themselves, but also certain things just have to happen for somebody to become at the point where they're like, yeah, I'll do heroin, you know, like. Or I'll snort some fentanyl. That'll be fun. Certain things just have to happen to somebody to put them into a mindset where they think that that's a good idea. And it's not that they're entirely free of blame, but I think they also may share a little bit of it.
Do you the reason I ask this, and I'm not really. This isn't really my own personal opinion, but I'm just going off on this riff for fun. But the idea of like, you know, we live in a world that consists of everyone's decisions, good and bad. Like we can't avoid living in this world, and living, you know, wherever we are in the world, like you are stuck living in this world that has a vast history of people making decisions that could be good or bad. And especially when we talk about medical grade drugs, like there's a whole history of what we could consider bad decisions that led to the drugs even being available in the first place, or so readily available, or, you know, like prescriptions making people addicted to those things. Like it's sort of something may or may not be worth considering, of just like you're thrust into a world that has had all these decisions made for you already, and you're kind of just subject to their whim, unless you are like a very particularly powerful person who can just ignore everything that you don't need in the world.
Oh yeah. I haven't really thought about that before, but yeah, it's like it's sort of like we don't really get to choose where and when. We just kind of come into existence, and then, well, we're kind of dealt a hand, and it's sort of up to us and what we do with it. But also sometimes it's a matter of bad luck or good luck, and I don't mean like actual good and bad luck, like the idea of luck being a thing. I mean just random chance. You could have an extremely brilliant person who has a multi-million-dollar idea, but they just don't get that idea communicated to the right people at the right time, and it goes unnoticed, and they could just die before anybody thinks about it. But that I don't want to get super depressing here, but the way I look at it is like, you're only going to be alive a certain amount of time, right? You know this. Everyone knows this. So regardless of what circumstances you're in, regardless of how shitty things seem right now, you might as well just try whatever the hell you can and just see what sticks. See what's going to work and what doesn't. And if you fail, kind of just take those failures not as a bad thing, but rather as something that is going to, in those moments, reveal to you who you really are and how you really think, what you're really capable of. Because I think it's better to try and fail than to just never, ever try to do anything because it's all hopeless. You'll be more in touch with who you are if you try things that are hard and that you will probably not succeed at. And you may be surprised you may actually succeed and be like, holy shit, here I am doing this thing I thought I couldn't do.
Let me ask you this. We're going to wrap this up in a second because this is we've been going on for a while here. But let me ask you this. Are you a drug user?
Yeah. Occasionally. When I have the ability to, yes.
Tell us what kind of drugs? What is on and off limits for you?
Okay, I have a long history with drugs. I used to do all kinds of shit, but now I'm pretty much regulating myself to weed and alcohol, and I sometimes do them both at the same time. But really, I prefer weed over alcohol. But the problem is that I have a very technical job. I work in engineering, and if I smoke weed too much or if I eat too many edibles, it starts to become hard to do my job well. You get those weed hangovers, and it starts to affect my memory.
Right.
But drinking just makes me depressed long term, like if I keep doing it too many times in a row.
Yeah.
But also, drinking's way more fun, and I could wake up the next morning, and after my hangover's gone, I can still do like high-level thinking, like I could, solve a problem or some shit, have the motivation to do that.
But what about when you were going through this period years ago where you're just trying out different things? Do you think of yourself as just being lucky that you never overdid it, or did it come down to you personally making good decisions about what you're doing?
I think it's probably a mixture of both, honestly, because like I did some pretty stupid shit, and the majority of the decisions I made going into that, when my philosophy was like, I'm just going to try drugs, I was always saying hard line at anything that is known to be addicting after the first try. Like, I wasn't going to do any painkillers. I wasn't going to do any like coke or crack. And I say this, and yet I used to sniff Adderall. I took Oxy a couple times. One time I tried to smoke Focalin, which didn't go well. It didn't work, thankfully.
What is that? I've not heard of
Focalin that. Focalin is like extended release Ritalin.
Okay.
It's also stronger, but you can't smoke it. You can't. And if you try, all you're going to do is just get a bad taste in your mouth and have a wasted Focalin. So don't do that.
But can you sniff it?
You can, yeah. And I did do that a couple times too. And let me tell you, the only drug that I've done that I still, like probably 5 or 6 years after stopping doing all that crazy shit, that I still get cravings for probably at least once a week is just Rail and Adderall. That shit is so good. It's so good. I miss it, but I don't.
Make
I don't
you
touch it anymore.
productive? What do you miss about it?
The feeling of invincibility, like you're a fucking god. You could go out to a bar and like the first person you look at, you could just have sex with them. And obviously, no, I'm not saying like I would do that. I'm just like you get this sense of power, like you're the fucking king.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. But you know, I don't do that shit anymore because it's not healthy. It's not healthy.
So you eventually came to that realization, but there was a period where you were feeling invincible and like you could just do whatever drug you wanted, sniff, smoke, whatever you wanted to do.
Yeah, that was a crazy period of time.
Is that like college years?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in college, but that was probably, I would say, yeah, that's college years, but I dropped out of college first semester and worked at UPS for like a year, and then was like, fuck this. I don't like loading boxes into trucks all day. And I decided to go back. And then I was like, I'm not doing drugs anymore.
Yeah. So you didn't end up like this lady.
Yeah, really. I actually went to a Narconon thing for a couple weeks because I got in trouble in Indiana with a minor in possession of alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a lot of people that were on her track there. Like, I was literally just some 17-year-old kid that had alcohol on him at a very inopportune time. and these were people who had like had their kids taken away because they did heroin and didn't buy food for their kids instead. I mean, that shit was really eye-opening for me. I think that probably was a contributing factor in me changing my ways.
Seeing what the extrapolated version of what you're doing may have led to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they talk about scared straight, and I don't really know if that's exactly what happened to me, because I was like, those people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But it sort of stuck with me. I remembered some of the families that would be in there. They were all addicts, and that shit was just fucked up, man. It really stayed with me.
All right, well, dude, thanks for calling in. It's like funny to get into the high energy goodbye right after all that. Okay.
All right, sorry for
stuff.
bringing everyone
Great
down.
Call.
But no, man, I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun listening to you, man. I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully, or talking to you, I should say.
Hell yeah, dude. Have a great
Never
weekend.
seen you. All right, you too, man.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, peace out. Bye.
And you know what? That's going to be the end of the show. We did this long enough. 4.5 hours. That's plenty of time. My God. I mean, we don't have to do it 7 hours every time. And I think my brother's going to bed, so this is the perfect time to call it. And I'm hungry. I want to get some Mickey D's, you know. So we're going to call it here. Thank you to everyone who called in. Thank you to Slouch for doing the overlay that you're looking at. The link to his channel is in the description of this video. Thank you to Spazzy for his music in the beginning and Full Awful for their music at the end. We'll be playing one more Full Awful song at the end here. Both the links for Spazzy and Full Awful are in the video description of this video. The images that are playing on the slideshow on the computer here are all from the Mighty Lighthouse. You can see there's a link in the description of this video. All the past issues of the Mighty Lighthouse. The latest issue will be coming out very, very, very soon. I gotta finish that up. It's on me. But it's almost there. It's almost there. We'll be done with that quite soon. You'll be able to check that out in just a couple of weeks. But anyway, thanks for listening. This was the Friday the 13th stream. I hope you enjoyed it. And here's the very last song here.